you. I would like to call this meeting to order. Happy New Year, and welcome to the West Orange Board of Education Reorganization meeting January 7th, 2021. Our first order of business is to announce the results of the annual school election held on November 3rd, 2020. Two candidates ran for one 3-year term. Certified rates are as follows. Melinda C. Huerta received 10,865 votes. Ken Alper received 9,474 votes. At this time, I would like to swear in our new board member, Melinda C. Huerta. Please raise your right hand and read the required oath.
Melinda C. Huerta, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and do to the governments established in the United States and in this state, under the authority of the people, so help me God. I, Melinda C. Huerta, do solemnly swear or affirm that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of a Board of Education, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Congratulations and welcome, Mrs. Huerta.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Roll call. Mrs. Trigg-Scales, Mrs. Merklinger.
Here. Yes.
Mr. Rothstein.
Here.
Mrs. Tronick-Cliff.
Here.
Mrs. Huerta.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Announce the notice of the meeting. That a written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 4 p.m. on January 7th and December 8th, 2020. That said notice was sent by regular mail to the West Orange Township Clerk and the editors of the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger. That said notice was posted in the lobby of the Administration Building of the Board of Education.
Okay.
Nominations are now open for President of the Board of Education.
I would like to nominate Ms. Terry Trigg-Scales for the role of president.
And I'll second the nomination.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the nominations for the President of the Board of Education?
Yes.
And seconded.
I will now take a roll call for Mrs. Trigg-Scales for the President of the Board of Education. Mrs. Merklinger?
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein?
Yes.
Mrs. Tronick?
Yes.
Mrs. Huerta?
Yes.
Mrs. Trigg-Scales?
Yes.
Congratulations, Mrs. Trigg-Scales, President of the Board of Education.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So thank you so much. Oh, we have feedback, I think.
We just have to make sure everyone else is muted in the room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year, and thank you so much to my colleagues. Good evening to Dr. Cascone, and Happy New Year, and Ms. Flores. It's 2021. There's a lot going on. All right, our next order of business is the election of vice president. And I'd like to make a motion to recommend Ms. Jen Tunnicliffe.
I'll second the motion.
Second. Any discussion? Any additional nominations?
I'd like to nominate myself.
Second?
Second is not needed to make a motion for an officer. A roll call can proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I recommend that the roll call for the initial nominated candidate proceeds.
Ms. Flores?
As far as I'm sorry, you're on mute. It's okay.
Okay. For Ms. Tunnicliffe? Yes.
Mrs. Trigg-Scales? Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger?
No.
Mr. Rothstein?
Yes.
Mrs. Tunnicliffe?
Yes.
Mrs. Huerta?
Yes.
All right. A motion to close. Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Tunnicliffe.
Thank you. And to you too.
Thank you. I think we're still getting feedback.
It has to actually do with Melinda not being on a headset because her speaker is open if she's in the same room. I don't know if we can remedy that, or she just have to be very, very quick on the mute button drawer.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll keep going then. All right, great. So again, congratulations to Ms. Tunnicliffe. Ms. Huerta, would you like to say a few words? Welcome to the board. We are delighted to have you.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I was muted. I just want to say thank you to West Orange and the voters that elected me to the position of Board of Education member. I want to say thank you to my colleagues. January is School Board Appreciation Month, and the work that you all have done is really, it's a lot of work, as many might or might not know. And I just want to say that I am very grateful for the opportunity to serve on the school board. I want to say thanks to my family because they're the ones that are going to have to sacrifice a bit of the time that I spend at home to do and fulfill the role of Board of Education member, especially my husband who is always handling dinner. And I believe that's all, but thank you very much. Actually, I want to say something in Spanish. I always forget. My apologies. Quiero agradecerles mucho a los ciudadanos de West Orange y muchas gracias por la oportunidad para representar a toda la gente de West Orange. Yo soy un producto de las escuelas de West Orange y tengo mucho orgullo en las escuelas y en el trabajo que hacen. La comunidad, los maestros, los profesores, todos que están aquí y tanta experiencia que tenemos aquí en la ciudad y tengo mucho orgullo de estar aquí sirviéndoles en la Junta de Educación. Gracias.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, we are now going to move on to items D through S, with the exception of item F, which is board designations, J, which is Board of Ed meeting dates, and L, which is Board of Ed Code of Ethics. So would someone please make a motion to approve D through S, excluding F, J, and L?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Rothstein and Ms. Tunnicliffe.
Roll call. Mrs. Huerta?
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger?
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein?
Yes.
Vice President Ms. Tunnicliffe?
Yes.
President Trigg-Scales?
Yes. All right, so now we're going to move on to item F.
Yes.
And item F is board designations. And that, for the public's information, is when we have our reorg meeting, there are several liaison positions and committees that board members volunteer to participate in. And so we will go through and see where there is interest. New Jersey School Boards Association, and Ms. Huerta, just to let you know that usually, in the words of Mr. Alper, who we miss very much, by the way, says that goes to the rookies. And so we only have one rookie with us tonight. So you get the prize. And they meet, I think, 4 times a year. 4 times a year. And right now it's virtual, of course. So we're going to list you there. And who might be interested in being an alternate?
We haven't discussed this at all, of course, but I'm willing to be the alternate, or I'd be actually very happy to be the alternate unless somebody else wanted that.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein.
Okay.
And then there's the Essex County School Boards Association, and they meet much more often, and it's here locally. But again, it's virtual. I would like to stay on that position, but there's room for another member. Is anyone interested in fulfilling that spot?
I'd be happy to fill
Okay.
that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tunnicliffe. Legislative chairpersons. And again, that's a meeting that occurs generally in Trenton. And just by the way, Ms. Tunnicliffe and I were invited to participate on the New Jersey School Boards Association Legislative Committee. But if there's a desire from any of my fellow board members who would like to represent us, don't all jump up at once, but okay, so Ms. Tunnicliffe.
Yes, I'll do it.
I
did it last
see you.
year.
I see you raising your hand. Do I? And I will put myself down for that as well. The Negotiations Committee, and I will continue on that committee. And I think Ms. Tunnicliffe, you had expressed an interest earlier on.
Yes.
That you would like to participate. Thank you very much. Policy Chairperson, Ms. Merklinger. Great.
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Thank you. And who would like to join Ms. Merklinger?
I would also like to work on the policy committee.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. Board Township Liaison, Ms. Merklinger.
I'd like to stay on that. Thank you.
Great. And I'll join you there. I'll replace Mr. Alper. And Public Relations Committee.
I'd like to stay on as well.
All right. And
I'd actually like to.
Ms. Huerta?
Yes, please.
Great. Okay, wonderful. So do I have a motion to accept the board designations?
I'll move to accept the board designations.
Yes, is there a second?
Yes, seconded.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tunnicliffe and Mr. Rothstein.
Roll call. Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Mrs. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trick Scales.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Flores. And moving on to item J. Item J, designate meeting dates for regular business meetings of the Board of Education. And that is attachment 2. And do I have a motion? Yes.
Just like to note a couple things for the board.
Okay.
For consideration. Presently on the schedule, the May board meeting is regular public meeting is set for May 17th. After further consideration, I'd like to recommend that be moved to May 10th. The reason being that the statutory deadline for the offering of contracts for employment is May 15th. And the only other piece is that the next public meeting, the January 25th meeting, is noted as virtual. I know that we were engaging in some conversation as to whether we might be considering that as an in-person meeting. So perhaps just for the sake of the record, perhaps we just removed it to maybe a TBD for location for that.
Could we possibly actually make because the full calendar says virtual, would it be possible just to put TBD for all of them until we have further clarification about who, number of folks that can attend in person and because I know last year our talk discussions were to host them at the different schools, so every part of town was hit. So just with that in mind, if we could, everyone's hoping to get back to normal. So maybe if we could just put TBD for all of them.
Sure.
I mean, we'll obviously advertise. I'm sorry, I apologize. We'll obviously advertise them in advance, and folks will know, where they'll be and whether they'll be virtual or in person. So, but it gives us the flexibility if we decide to move into an in-person meeting that we can do that.
Right. So do I have a motion to accept the calendar with the change from May 17th to May 10th and locations to be determined?
Yes, I'll move to move the May 17th meeting to the 10th and then to put all the locations for the meetings as TBD.
Thank you, Ms. Tunnicliffe. Is there a second? Thank you,
Yes,
Ms.
second.
Huerta. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you, Ms. Flores.
Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Mrs. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trigg-Scales.
Yes. All right, board, now we're looking at item L, which is the annual code of ethics that all board members re-adopt each year. And so as we usually do, we go around and take two each. So I'll just read the first part. Adopt the following code of ethics as per NJSA 18A:12-21 at SEC and West Orange Board of Education bylaw 9271.00. The members of the Board of Education recognize that they hold authority not as individuals, but as members of the board in order to make a clear public statement of its philosophy of service to the pupils of the district. The board adopts this code of ethics. Mr. Rothstein, would you like to read the first two for us? And then Ms. Tunnicliffe, and we'll work our way around.
Yes, thank you. I will uphold and enforce all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Board of Education and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes shall be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures. I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools which meet the individual need of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing.
I will confine my board action to policy making, planning, and appraisal, and I will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run.
I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action that may compromise the board. I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interest or partisan political groups or to use the schools for personal gain or the gain of friends.
I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. In all other matters, I will provide accurate information and, in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff and aspirations of the community for its schools. I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Officer.
I will support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. I will refer all complaints to the Chief Administrative Officer and will act on the complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution. May I have a motion to accept?
Yes, moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Ms. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trigg Scales.
Mr. Scales, you're muted.
Thank you
There you
very
go.
much.
No problem.
Okay. Moving right along, consideration of the closed and public meeting minutes of December 21st, 2020. Attachment number 7. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Yes, seconded.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
Mrs. Huerta,
I was
Oh,
not on the board,
right.
so I will recuse myself on votes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Vice President Ms. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trigg Scales.
Yes. All right, and now one of my favorite parts of our board meetings is hearing from our student liaisons. And Ms. Sellison, are you ready to give us a report?
Yes. Firstly, congratulations, Miss Trigg Scales and Miss
Thank
Huerta.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank
This is
you.
so exciting. I mean, if you didn't know, Miss Huerta, I'm on the, well, she knows, but I'm on, well, me and Olivia, we're both members of the West Orange Youth Caucus. And when Miss Huerta was doing her campaign and everything, we were really big supporters, and we're so happy to see you here. So happy to see you here. But that's besides the point. So we're aware that we are going to be going over the hybrid model tonight, but we just want to get a little bit more information before we actually come to like a good substantial report. Other than that, and the thank yous, that's all. Happy New Year, and thank you.
Thank you. You're always so cheerful. That's why it's my favorite part of the meeting. Thank you so much. All right, and now Dr. Cascone, it's all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Trigg Scales. And I just want to echo kind of comments of congratulations to Mrs. Huerta on your swearing in. Welcome. I look forward to working with you. I know that you'll be a great addition, Ms. Trigg Scales. Congratulations on your appointment as president, and Ms. Tunnicliffe as vice president. And of course, you know, our various appointments to the committees. You know, they may not necessarily be, you know, a position of leadership, but these committees are very important. And so I thank the board members who are serving on those committees, as I oftentimes collaborate with them through that work. And I appreciate in advance all the time that you're going to put in those committees and that good work. You know, before we get into a couple of the reports that we have for tonight, I just wanted to kind of just echo, you know, some of the sentiments which I kind of expressed to staff and to our community today in an email and a letter, which is really just to, you know, to extend the support of the school district, you know, to our community and to our students, as we really just continue to navigate, you know, increasingly uncertain and turbulent times. And it has been a turbulent year in many, many ways. And I think that the, you know, the images that we saw yesterday just in terms of the location, right? I mean, it's just not something that we would have ever been accustomed to seeing in terms of, kind of in our nation's capital, in the Capitol building. And so these kinds of images, I think, particularly kind of placed on top of where we are presently, can run the risk of really just being difficult for people to process. And so just to reiterate that as a learning institution, as an organization that has various resources at its disposal to support students and support families, we are here to do that. And in the letter I sent home to parents, thanks to Ms. Butler, our director of school counseling, just provided some helpful resources on how to just have good, balanced, measured conversations with kids, to help them process events that they're seeing. And listen, I mean, this is one of just an ongoing series of just difficult, complex current events, and occurrences, that as leaders, as parents, as educators, we have to help our kids understand in order to be kind of productive and positive, civically minded individuals. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that message, orally, as I had done in the messages that I sent home. That being said, I'm always very excited to welcome to our board meetings our practitioners. We had heard some feedback both from the board level and also from our community members of, hey, let's kind of get some insights and some windows into some of the great things that are happening virtually, because even as we move into a hybrid model, which we're going to talk about a little bit later in my report, virtual is still going to be a piece of that. And so these best practices that we're seeing in our virtual instruction are still going to be really critical, in order to have our students meet with success. And so I'm very pleased tonight to introduce first Nancy Mullen, who's our supervisor of business, as well as media services, library media services. And she has a cadre of our media specialists with us today to just share. I mean, just kind of final point before I stop talking and let them do their thing, is what precipitated this was when Ms. Matz and Ms. Tindall shared with me the newsletter that they had put together. It made me start to kind of inquire more about what the media specialists were doing. This is really a wonderful thing. And I said, hey, you know what, let's have them come to a board meeting and show our public and our board the great things they're doing. So without further ado, Ms. Graftis, if you'd bring our media specialists, then we look forward to hearing their presentation.
They're on now, and I'll stop sharing my screen so you guys can take it.
Thank you. And Ms. Matz will be sharing her screen momentarily. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Well, good evening. I am Nancy Mullen, Supervisor of Career Education and Library Science. On behalf of the entire West Orange Library Science Department, I'd like to thank Dr. Cascone and the board for the opportunity to present to you tonight. And to the community, thank you for joining us to learn all about the incredible work the media specialists have been doing with your children in the virtual learning environment. As you see the amazing work, understand that this does not include the endless hours each media specialist spends curating their collections on site, managing book circulation, and connecting students and staff to beloved literature. This is truly the tip of the iceberg. Presenting with me are Bev Tindall and Julie Matz, the media specialist at West Orange High School. In addition, on hand for questions after the presentation, we have Joyce Soto from Hazel and Emily DeBon Orr from Kelly, Sandy Bochise from Edison, and Lisa Tuzo from Liberty. I must share that all of the media specialists participated in the development of the presentation you are about to see. This incredible department collaborates constantly, and I often joke at the end of meetings that I leave before they do. You may not know this about me. However, I am a West Orange High School graduate. Okay, I'm not sharing the year, but I've been working in the school district for over 27 years. I clearly remember the librarian at Mount Pleasant Elementary School who awakened a passion for reading in me as she introduced me to Nancy Drew and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I am extremely proud of the media specialists I have the privilege of working with, and you will understand why they hold a special place in your children's hearts. Now, here is Bev Tindall.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Tindall. I've spent my entire career in the West Orange School District, and I started in 1985. So I said the date. And I've had many opportunities for growth and change while I have worked here. I started out as an English teacher at Edison Junior High. I was a district staff developer, and then I became an English teacher at West Orange High School. I then segued into the former Pleasantdale, now Kelly Library, and returned to the high school as a library media specialist. In fact, one of the quotes on our wall exactly expresses my feeling about WOHS LMC. It is by the French aristocrat Marie de Sévigné, living in the 1600s, which is relevant for me today. It says, "When I step into this library, I cannot understand why I ever step out of it." I have been fortunate to attend and present at international, state, and local conferences, and it is my pleasure to present here tonight. And on behalf of myself and my LMC colleagues, I'm also happy to have the opportunity to publicly thank our supervisor, Nancy Mullen, for her consistent advocacy and support. Julie?
Julie, just make sure that if you are unmuted. I gotcha.
That would be a good thing. So
there you go.
So we started in reverse and I've been muted and it will only go better from here. Thank you. Hello, my name is Julie Matz and I'm so very honored to join with my colleagues to share the good news of our district's library program. I joined the West Orange High School Libraries Media Center team last year after serving as the library media specialist at Gregory Elementary for 7 years. This actually makes me a sophomore at the high school, and it's a fact I like to tell incoming freshmen in order to put them at ease. I came to West Orange from New York City after 15 years as a teacher and as a librarian. I was thrilled to join a rich team of professionals in a district that has the reputation for valuing the essential role that library media specialists play in creating lifelong learners with 21st century skills.
This presentation will be posted on each school's library websites and on the district library department site. It has been previously shared with the board members, but optimally viewed on a computer or device. You'll note that we love color and we love variety. It is our honor to represent 11 schools, 3 levels, 12 individuals, each with their own personalities and styles, as you will surely see. Although the virtual learning world has been challenging, it has given us many unique opportunities to collaborate with each other, to learn from each other, to share resources, to bounce ideas off each other. 12 individuals, 1 unified department. We still administer facilities and run programs. We will try to help you understand what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. We are here to give you just a glimpse of what we do. Our document is heavily linked and live and posted for your perusal. It is a treasure trove. The C's of the LMC. This original graphic will be the roadmap for tonight's presentation. Anyone who's seen any of my presentations knows, as a former English teacher, I love alliteration. As we were preparing this presentation, we kept noticing words beginning with C coming up. In fact, I added an additional C yesterday. Notice how they connect with each other. They are fluent, they're intersecting. I have always thought of my role in this job as being a conduit, a connector between people and resources and teachable moments. We will show you how we act as conduits, communicators, and celebrators for the communities, the students, the staff, the families that we serve.
So to start with our first C, we are conduits. It has been said since March, but in fact has been true even before we began our remote journey of learning. West Orange schools may be closed, but the library media centers are open 24/7. How do we do this? Through each school's library website. We consider our websites to be a conduit that connects us with our communities. While each website reflects the personality of the librarian and the students, staff, and parents that they serve, the websites also have a lot in common. They are one-stop shopping for the links to the exceptional digital resources and ebook collections curated by librarians and then also provided by the district. Each website keeps their patrons in touch with important school-wide events, such as autism awareness and cultural celebrations such as Veterans Day. So as an example, let's take a look at the Mount Pleasant Library page, which was created by librarian Jenna Blakey. You'll notice that over on the left-hand side that you will find navigational links that are in text. On the right-hand side, you'll find more visual content. Knowing that elementary students are so visually oriented, Jenna includes large, colorful icons as links to online digital resources and also highlights her ebook collection right up top. Our second C is that we are communicators. Posted on each library's website is a link to a library newsletter. We see our newsletters as a vehicle to touch base with students and staff to keep them informed of current and ever-changing events within the district, our West Orange community, and also the world. Our websites are also the place where we can interact with students, staff, soliciting their opinion on all things popular, books, music, movies, and social media. And by doing so, we're able to keep our personal, social, and emotional connections strong, especially during a time of social distance.
In fact, Julie and Bev created the Check It Out newsletter, which is posted here. And as Dr. Cascone spoke earlier about, once he saw it, he invited us to present to you this evening. Now you'll see why.
So here's the Check It Out newsletter. It starts out, each of our newsletters start out with some words of encouragement, connection, and an acknowledgement of what we're going through, and especially the fact that we are not going through it alone. We take advantage of the digital format of the newsletter in order to use a lot of multimedia components. In fact, it's been a way for us to have a coffee shop in the library, which is something that we would like to do at some point and hope comes about. It's a visual document, as you can see, and it highlights ways to access ebooks and audiobooks.
We strive to make the newsletter a mirror and a window, a place where diversity is celebrated and tolerance is encouraged, such as Transgender Awareness Week and Native American Heritage Month. Anyone missing the LMC Makerspace will find projects suited for the season and easy to complete with items you would have on hand. We are also change agents, the third C. One thing we are good at is adapting and changing in the moment. When we are in our physical spaces, we love to set up timely holiday and theme-related displays in our libraries. Here you see Gregory kindergarten teacher Sarah Dowd, who is a library intern working with Sandy Bochise at Edison. She created this physical display, highlighting new books in the collection. Since we haven't been able to design and arrange our physical shelves, we embraced an educational and cultural trend, Bitmojis. We signed up for professional development classes. We transformed our shelves into virtual displays, many which also have the added benefit of being interactive. Here are some examples. In each of our schools, we have designed inviting and colorful reading rooms, multicultural, diverse themed shelves, literacy celebrations, coding labs, current event showcases. And here you see Edison's virtual display of an important subject we have all embraced, social emotional learning. Sharing our SEL resources with students and staff who are challenged by present circumstances is imperative. Working virtually has also given us opportunities that we would certainly not have in our buildings. Opportunities to introduce our pets to our students. Xander the cat that you see here, also Charlotte the dog, Rosie the bird. These are just a few of our unofficial mascots. My 100+ pound dog likes to push me out of the screen when I'm teaching, when he wants attention. And here you will see a reading room. Many of our reading rooms and displays may lead to recordings of read-alouds, information about authors, plot summaries, reviews. Here you see Christina Binns from Gregory School's fabulous interactive and multicultural slideshow of holidays around the world. Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, many more. We've also been able to host some virtual book fairs, and we are busily planning for some upcoming virtual author visits and events.
We collaborate for lesson design and delivery. At each level, the media specialists are creating lessons after collaborating with colleagues for both synchronous and asynchronous lessons. The lesson topics are often in response to the needs of staff and students. Incorporated into each lesson are innovative technologies and tools which allow for the seamless delivery of the curriculum. It has been truly a gift to be able to watch the media specialists as they weave together a variety of resources in engaging ways, which allow them to model the use of many new technologies. As a result, they are not only teaching the students, but are modeling the use of technology for staff. Students are excited to participate in the lessons, and at the elementary level often show up to classes that aren't their own to spend additional time with the media specialist, who for them is someone they know from last year and can connect with. What follows is a sampling of some of those lessons.
Library lessons have the tall task of introducing and fine-tuning 21st century skills, creating lifelong learners and lovers of literature, as well as building strong relationships with each student. Virtual lessons reflect everything we do on site, provide time for social interaction using the chat, breakout rooms, interactive games, creating collaborative stories, initiating deep breathing and stretches, and sharing something good at the start of each class. District librarians always look to collaborate with teachers and departments when designing and delivering lessons. Kim Pallant at St. Cloud LMC invited students to make their mark for International Dot Day. After reading Peter Reynolds' book, The Dot, students were asked to create a digital dot in Google Slides, and then the dots were used to decorate the Google Classroom headers for each grade. In that way, the students had the chance to decorate their classroom. Here we will see Marisa Mitterin, a former student of mine from Washington School LMC, welcoming the incoming kindergartners for the first time. Notice how she addresses and alleviates their fears of this new experience.
Hello, everyone. This is Miss Mitterman, your school library media specialist. I hope you all had a great summer, and I can't wait to see you all next week on our Zoom meeting. For this week, I'm going to have you listen to the story, The Pigeon Has to Go to School, written and illustrated by Mo Willems. You can get to the story by clicking on the next Google slide in the presentation and clicking on the video link. I want you to think about, while you're listening to the story, how you felt this first week of school. The pigeon didn't want to go to school at first because he was scared. Did you feel scared about starting school, or were you happy? Were you sad? Were you excited? I want you to think about how you felt, and you can draw a picture for me about how you felt during the first week of school, and you can share it with us at our next Zoom meeting. I can't wait to see you next week. I hope you enjoy the story.
So, according to our district's remote learning schedule, elementary librarians deliver weekly lessons to kindergarten through 5th grade students, synchronously on Zoom and asynchronously through their Google Classrooms. We've included a 3rd grade lesson written by Emily de Bonheur for her Kelly students based on the book How Alma Got Her Name for Hispanic Heritage Month. During the asynchronous part of the lesson, students interviewed their parents to find out the history of their names and then could share what they learned when they came back together on Zoom. Library media specialist Joyce Soto at Hazel created a virtual field trip to the San Diego Zoo for her third graders. They not only got to travel to the San Diego Zoo to watch animals on webcams, but they also got to use the digital database Pebble Go to research an animal of their choice. And finally, Redwood third, fourth, and fifth graders have a virtual library of stories that celebrate Indigenous Peoples Week at their fingertips, thanks to their librarian, Lori Boyd.
Orientations are part of everyone's beginning of year to-do list for transitioning classes. It was no different this year. Note in each school's library orientation how we have trained our populations to access the digital resources in so many varied ways. Multimedia tools and strategies are consistently incorporated and implemented. Google Slides, Google Sites, Google Forms. I'd also like to mention that each of these examples provides the front door to deep layers of activities. What's behind them are pages, links, scavenger hunts, puzzles, videos, all to welcome and acclimate incoming 6th, 7th, and 9th graders and staff members.
In the spring, we recognized the need to provide digital access to as many titles as possible for our students and staff. As a result, we targeted our budgets to join the Mackin Consortium, which provides access to all of our schools to thousands of digital titles for our students and staff.
Although some resources are unique to each building, there are some consistencies, similarities. We each have these platforms for materials. One, Follett Destiny is our catalog of print and non-print resources. Two, Mackin Via is our ebook and audiobook platform hosting the consortium and a recently added Comics Plus collection at WOHS. Sora, number 3, is a recently acquired app providing us with access to 70 plus libraries resources.
According to Common Sense Media, digital literacy is, and I quote, the ability to effectively find, identify, evaluate, and use information. It specifically applies to media from the internet, smartphones, video games, and other non-traditional sources. Digital literacy also has an ethical component. In their book, Fact versus Fiction, Teaching Critical Thinking Skills in the Age of Fake News, authors Lagarde and Hutchkins state that truth matters, and educators are charged with helping our students develop the skills they need to discern fact from fiction. Digital literacy, civics, and citizenship lessons are part of the library curriculum beginning in kindergarten. These lessons lay the groundwork for ensuring that when our students conduct research, they can identify and use reliable sources. So I have the great opportunity and pleasure of showing you an original piece of work that was created by Lisa Tuzo at Liberty Middle School. She authored and produced this ebook, and it contains 3 interactive lessons. Come through. Here we go. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of a lag there. In lesson 1, fake news and the presidential election, students use strategies to identify fake or unreliable information in a presidential election. Then in lesson 2, which is called Can You Spot Fake News? Students understand the manipulative nature of social media and recognize strategies to become responsible social media consumers. And finally, in lesson 3, Mass Media and Bias, they analyze the ways media can be biased and the means by which the news can be manipulated.
This year was quite challenging for the West Orange High School preschool program. We had to shift quickly from an in-person program to a virtual program. Julie Matz came to the rescue and introduced me to the concept of using the interactive Bitmoji classrooms for our virtual preschool. I can't thank Julie enough for working with both the high school students and staff on how to create their own Bitmoji lessons for the preschoolers. As a result, the high school students were able to move their interactive lessons to the virtual platform, and we were able to provide the preschoolers and their families with a virtual, engaging, asynchronous learning experience.
Well, one of the positive results of remote learning has been the opportunity for us to take advantage of online professional development. And as it turned out, the night before Nancy spoke to me about the preschool, Bev and I had attended a webinar titled How to Create a Bitmoji Virtual Classroom Using Google Slides. It seemed the perfect solution. So I started by developing a prototype classroom in collaboration with the early childhood teachers. And then next, created a series of lessons and presented them to the early childhood classes to introduce them to Bitmojis and to practice so they could practice their skills that they would need to create a Bitmoji slide. And finally, they began the work on their classrooms. Here are the results. This is just one slide of Jenna James as she welcomes her students into preschool. This is how Dana Watkiss presented gym time to her preschoolers in her classroom. Chimona Anagyu invites preschoolers to story time in her library and also invites them to explore their musical side in her auditorium. And most recently, Yanessa Gonzalez used the Bitmoji Google Classroom to teach her students all about nutrition. These lessons are posted in Google Classroom set up specifically for preschoolers and their parents, where they can go back to school as often as they like.
Here you see West Orange High School's magical menu, a brochure letting the staff know about some of our collaborative offerings. You see standard choices such as research and citation lessons, as well as some innovative ones. This week, we were lucky enough to teach art classes, a skill known to improve retention, which is sketchnoting. Sketchnoting is intentional and purposeful doodling and note-taking. We also did research on famous composers and taught virtual poster design with music classes. Some of our upcoming plans are supporting video lessons, working with science teachers in 3D design, and digital escape activities.
We celebrate diversity. We pride ourselves on our collection development. We have worked tirelessly to ensure each library's collection is diverse and inclusive, so that when a child reads a book, either hard copy or online, they will feel a connection to the character. They will see themselves reflected in the story, and they will feel seen. In fact, last year we had a company run reports on each school's collection to ensure they were inclusive and diverse. As a result, we were told we had one of the most diverse collections in the state of New Jersey. That is because each of the professional certified media specialists worked tirelessly to weed and update their collections to ensure they are current and inclusive.
Sometimes technology can come to the rescue when you want to share all the rich dimensions of a culture. Lori Boyd.
Excuse me, Miss Matz.
Oh yes.
I have to rewind the game tape. And I want Ms. Mullen. Can you just repeat that, please?
Yes, I was just mentioning last year. I mean, for years we've been doing weeding and updating our collections to ensure they are diverse and inclusive. And we had the company that I work with, Mackin, they do collection analysis at no charge, and they analyze the collection at each of our schools to get back to us to let us know what titles we were missing and where we had gaps. And we were told that we had one of the most diverse collections in the state of New Jersey.
Thank you. Sorry, Miss Matz.
That's all right. That's okay. Sometimes technology can come to the rescue when you want to share all the rich dimensions of a culture, and Lori Boyd, Redwood's librarian, took full advantage of this when she created this room for her students to explore Hispanic Heritage Month. It includes some audio. Let's see if I can get it to go. So students can come in, they can tap their toes, while they're also getting the chance to, stop us here, listen to Sonia Sotomayor speak about the importance of reading in her life.
Hello, my name is Sonia Sotomayor. Hola, yo soy juez Sonia Sotomayor, and this is my picture book, Turning Pages, Pasando Páginas. It's an illustrated picture book about my life and the influence reading and books had on it. At every stage of my life, books provided me with comfort, security, adventure, and a sense of place in the world.
Let's go back to us. There we go. And so all of these little icons are linked to different activities, whether they be artistic activities or dancing activities or stories that can be read. And because these are posted on the websites, students again can go back to revisit these over and over again. Recently, at the high school, we marked Transgender Awareness Week by creating a virtual book display of fiction and nonfiction ebooks that are available to the high school students and to staff through Sora and through Mac and Via. Author Jason Reynolds put it simply: we need to continue our efforts to understand racial literacy and to discuss why Black Lives Matter, quote, because children have questions and the people responsible for teaching and raising them need to have the answers. That is why in the spring, we curated and now continue to maintain a live virtual document of this racial literacy Padlet that has social justice resources organized by grade level. This Padlet can be accessed district-wide via each library's website, newsletter, and through social media.
We cultivate lifelong learners in literacy. In order to do this, we would like to highlight, to show you what we do, we would like to highlight our collaboration with our community partners, the West Orange Public Library staff. I'd like to give a shout out to library board member Lisa Tizot from Liberty Middle School and Sandy Bochise from Edison Middle School, who work closely with Dave Chuby, director of the West Orange Public Library, along with Deborah Saar, assistant director, in order to get virtual library cards in the hands of West Orange District students through a Google form. Sandy also worked with the Overdrive Company to get us access to the Sora app, which can now be found in our Google Waffle menus. She created a professional how-to video for complete directions to access and navigate Sora, which can be found on all of the school library websites. Using Book Creator, I created directions on how to access the Mac and Via app to listen to our audiobooks. One of our frustrations is not being able to get the books from our awesome collections into the physical hands of students and staff. Right before the holiday break, Julie Matz and I organized a very festive book checkout. Students and staff ordered their books after perusing our resource lists and catalogs. We arranged a contactless pickup, and here is one very happy customer.
As media specialists, we not only model new technology in our lessons and communications, we try to help students and staff use those tools by creating training videos as needed and as requested. Jenna Bleaky at Mount Pleasant noticed that some of her students had missed out on her Zoom demonstration for the virtual quiz game Kahoot, And a lot of teachers use that in their classrooms as well. And also how to post responses on Padlet, another very popular format that teachers are using. Using Screencastify, Jenna created these short how-to videos designed just for them. Mira Franowitz at Roosevelt Middle School noticed that her staff was in need of more support in terms of short, very effective clips that can help them in their craft and help them with their online learning. So she created an entire library of e-learning videos written and produced just for her staff. Need to know more about how to work with Google Suite or to infuse your online lessons with engagement and creativity? Want to vary your quiz format? Look no farther than Mira's e-learning video library posted on the RMS website.
And we curate resources. Curating for classes, curriculum, and clubs falls naturally into our job descriptions. We created these collections in various ways, through Wakelet, through some more, in response to requests from the WOHS Institute of Humanities and the WOHS Institute of Math and Science, staff for digital civics, virtual field trips, and comic creation for all staff and students. We pride ourselves on our academic resources as well. Also, I'd just like to mention before we move on to that is just as recently as today, we have Lisa Tuzo has curated another Wakelet, which is based on social studies supervisor Mike Figueredo. In his recommendations of resources, she on a dime put together this Wakelet that is linked here to help students and staff cope with some of the events that happened yesterday at the Capitol. So we provide, and we pride ourselves on the fact that we can provide academic resources that progress from each level, elementary all the way through secondary, and prepare students for college and career. Many times we have had emails and visits from former students thanking us for the preparation for using credible resources that they received while they were in West Orange schools. Occasionally, they try to ask for the passwords.
So here we are with another C. We are creators, and creativity is alive and well in our virtual maker spaces. At Kelly Elementary, librarian Emily DeBonor invited her students to learn like an astronaut when exploring 2 virtual maker spaces, one for kindergarten through 2nd grade and another for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And at Roosevelt, students can pick from a rich menu of take and make projects, such as this wire keychain and bracelet project. And Ms. Franowitz provides all the instructions and she provides the materials. And there are, I think she has about, I'm going to say up to at least 8, maybe even a dozen different projects that students can choose from.
In addition to collection development, we've instituted these makerspaces in each library. Makerspaces allow students to imagine and create in many different mediums. And I can tell you, as of today, each media center in the district has a 3D printer, which will allow students to learn how to design prints, which teach students how to visualize in a 3-dimensional space. The media specialists collaborate with the teachers on projects, which allow students to create prints based on the curriculum.
Cameras in front and behind. Each of us has created original read aloud recordings that have been shared across the grade levels and subject areas. They allow us to reach across multi-generational lines and subject, and they are the closest thing to physically visiting our students and sharing literature and our voices with them. Don't be surprised if you see the true movie stars of our department, our pets, in some of these. We invite you to visit our presentation with all its nooks and crannies, We invite you to visit our individual LMC websites that are constantly updating and ever changing.
Our libraries are the heart of each building. Through collaboration with students, staff, and each other, we prepare students to be lifelong learners, skilled in navigating a global society with information technology skills at their disposal, prepared for both college and career. Please visit the Library Science Department website to view this presentation and dive deeper into each link. On behalf of the entire West Orange Library Science Department, we hope you have enjoyed our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so before I'm going to turn it over momentarily to the board. I know that they might have some. I'm sure they'll have some comments and questions. But yeah, I think that's what a great way to conclude it with that kind of visual of the heart. Because I was thinking as I was listening to the presentation, really how these media centers and the media specialists and librarians really represent kind of the hub, right? And so when I said, well, come present on what's going on in the libraries, and I knew we were going to get that, but it was a lengthy presentation, but there was so much in it. We saw evidence of just the rich and amazing resources that the district offers. We saw evidence of the amazing professional collaborations that are happening in the district. We saw evidence of just the amazing technological applications and proficiencies that our libraries are bringing forth. We saw how our libraries and media centers are leading the charge relative to our efforts with diversity. So much here, yes, about the libraries, but it really, I think for all those in attendance tonight, really shed light on so many other aspects of our district about which we should be very proud. And so certainly thank you for that. It's been a challenging day, but I can tell you this warmed my heart to see this presentation and really brought a smile to my face just by virtue of the outstanding professional practice that was on display tonight. So thank you so much. I know there's obviously a lot of time went into this, and we appreciate that. And so with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Trigg-Scales to facilitate any Q&A.
Bravo. That was just phenomenal. So board comments, we're going to start with our newest board member, Ms. Huerta.
Very much, Ms. President Trigg-Scales. Very great presentation. And growing up in West Orange, that's definitely one of the, vivid memories of the libraries, especially the displays at Edison. They were always very, just a lot of time gets put into the work that you do, and it's very evident. Beauty and the Beast, I think growing up was my favorite, and that was not because her husband was the beast, but because she loved to read. And so one question I did I did see that we have a diverse selection of stories. Are these books, now that everything is digital, are these books available in different languages? As an adult, one of my concerns is that my dual language abilities are not always balanced. I read very fluent in both English and Spanish, but I always feel that my skills in Spanish can always, be better because by reading in Spanish and just being a little more exposed to more literature in Spanish. And I think that that's a harder in just regular bookstores to find books in different languages and different levels of reading. And so because everything is digital now, is that something that is available? Is it easier to be available? The digital literacy part of the presentation was really important, I felt, because in the era of misinformation, right, where everything is available online, it's so difficult to explain to children, especially I have young ones, but it's very difficult to explain to them and teach them what you see online is not always the real thing or everything. And there's that whole danger of echo chambers and, being around and, those algorithms that social media and all of these other online platforms, participate in. They just kind of exacerbate or focus really strategically on what you're reading, or depending on what you've liked and things like that. So I think that's very important. And the sketch noting, I think I need to teach that to my son. He is in 6th grade and he needs to definitely learn those note-taking skills, because that really helps with retaining the information. And I think that that might be, if that's available for even the younger students, I think that it would be something good to introduce to them. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Well, I will answer some of your questions, and if any of the media specialists want to, jump in here as well. Your first question talking about having, books and materials available in different languages, and certainly with the ebooks, I mean, they can speak to the different collections and what we have, but I know in some of the platforms that is available. And in some of the schools, I know that we do have books in different languages, especially in Spanish. And we do that because, we know that parents want to read to the children, sometimes in their native language. So we do have that available. Does anyone else want to jump in, any of the media specialists, to answer that question or comment on your collections? Go ahead, Bev and Lisa.
I would say that our databases are fabulous in translation. Our World Book and most everyone that I can think of from the high school has the ability to search in Spanish or hundreds of languages, hundreds, and as well as read or listen in different languages. So I can just speak to that. I believe we could use more, different languages, as far as our fiction and nonfiction sections. When it comes down to figuring out what we want to spend our money with, most of our ESL teachers encourage the students to read in English, although we try to encourage them to read both in their native language and as well as English. So I think that we could probably, if Dr. Cascone will give us more money, we will spend more money in that area.
Great, thanks so much. We have one more, okay.
Just to know that both Sora and Mackinvia do have ebooks and audiobooks in different languages. So it's just a matter of searching and finding books that interest the children. And in regard to the digital literacy lesson, all the Liberty Media middle school 7th graders will be rolled out that second lesson next week.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Merklinger?
Oh, that's nice. I'm really, in the interest of time, I know we have a larger agenda after this, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. I thought this was great and very informative. I really appreciate all the hard work that everyone put into it. I know that I appreciate the diverse and inclusive collections. I'm just wondering, the only question I have is, do we do anything for Veterans Day? I know that's, one of the groups that's really sensitive, especially in our community. So just wanted to, especially with our Air Force Junior ROTC program, I'm just curious if we do anything for veterans or along Veterans Day.
If you don't mind, we actually had some Bitmoji classrooms available for the students. I know at Hazel, they had the opportunity to look at different branches of the military in our nonfiction collection online, as well as stories related to veterans. So we definitely took the moment to feature our veterans as well.
Great, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Ms. Tony Cliff.
Thank you. What a wonderful presentation. And it just makes me want to go sit in the library and read and check out all of these resources that you have for all of our students. I don't even know, each piece seemed more fabulous than the other. I mean, putting the dots together so the children and the teachers can decorate their classrooms, and being able to collaborate on lessons with the teachers and pulling these things together. And helping tailor content for the teachers for particular classes that they're teaching. I do wonder if I love the fact that you were able to deliver books to students for the holidays, so getting them off the screens and being able to have that. Is that something that you're all doing on a regular basis? Is that something that you've thought about? And then also, kudos about the fake news. I think it's super important that we're teaching our kids now about those and the media bias and all of that. So I'm really happy to hear that's continuing. And I'm wondering, do you have any data on what students are going into? There's so many different things, and I'm wondering if there's stuff that's resonating more with our students right now. Are they using, are they clicking on those resources for social emotional learning? Are they looking for support in different areas? What are you seeing that, since a lot of this is digital, are you doing any data mining and trying to figure out what the students are looking at and, putting maybe more resources against those things? So, and then I would love just a little more color and explanation about the Wakelet. It sounds really interesting, and I just would love to get a little bit more information about that. So thanks.
So I'll just quickly address, and then I know, Lisa, you could speak about the Wakelet. But in terms of book exchange, I know at some of the other schools, they have been working on getting books into the hands of students in a safe way. And, we're hoping once we get back into the hybrid model to be able to do that as well. By using Follow It Destiny, we'll be able to take online requests from students and prepare the material so that we can hand them out to them in a safe way. And in terms of data analysis, we are able to do analysis of our online resources. But in terms of the Bitmojis, we really use surveys of students and parents, for example, with the preschool classrooms to find out what's working and what's not working. And I would have to look a little further into how we could actually analyze the use, and I'm sure it's available on Google somehow in terms of what they're clicking on. And I would say that also the media specialists and teachers are a great resource to find out what's working with the students and what they're using as well. Lisa, do you want to just speak briefly about the Wakelet?
Yeah, it's wakelet.com, and it's a way to curate online resources. So Mr. Figueroa sent an email, and we, Bev's like, Wakelet, and I'm like, all right, I'm on it, because I knew she had to prepare. So it's just a click of a button, very easy, organizes your online resources. You can have a bunch of collections, and got it out to everybody.
I would just like to add that we love color, we love variety. So we get bored with our own tech tools. So we just are constantly finding new ones. So our presentation was using some more. And Julie and I talked about today that we were going to be contacting them because they have marketed some more as a newsletter platform, but we are now going to push them to, kind of augment their platform for presentation, because, right? How many slideshows can you watch? Come on.
Great, thank you. Mr. Rothstein.
Thank you very much. Yeah, terrific presentation, and I love the organization of the many C's of LMC. I wanted to suggest adding one word to that. You may not feel this way often, but after tonight, celebrate it, I hope, is something that you'll feel. It was really great to see what it is that you're offering to our staffs and students, and I really applaud you for that. Digital literacy and critical thinking certainly got my attention, as you can tell it did. Other members of the board really appreciate knowing that that's something that's being communicated to our students. I'm going to leave several of my questions out here because I think it's getting late here as well. But I think the most important one was, as a parent of a middle school student, something that I want to do now after seeing the presentation is go down to her and say, can you show me how you get into your LMC online and show me what it is that you like? Like I'm not going to use the right word here, but the sort of waiting room or classroom with all of the different bookshelves and things you can click on really reminded me of the feeling I used to get as a student walking into the school library. And it's just this doorway of opportunity to imagination over this way or learning over this way. And it's sort of a candy store for kids like me. And I want to ask my daughter, do you know how to find your way into that? Do you know what to click on and what to explore? And so my question to you is, do they know that? And if they don't, are those lessons that are going to be unfolded throughout the year?
I would hope that they absolutely do know that because of the incredible orientation lessons that are done at the middle school level. As you heard, when students, and it's actually part of that presentation, so you can look at it again to see what Sandy Bottiz did at Edison, and then what Lisa and Mira did at the middle, Liberty and Roosevelt, and also at the high school to give an orientation lessons. And at the elementary level, each media specialist showcases all of the resources and how to use them as part of their lessons that they're working on with the students. So I would ask if you find a student who's doesn't know how to do it, to let us know, and we'll make sure they do. But I'd be surprised. I would hope they would.
And do they know who to reach out to, or would they just ask their teacher, how do I get into the library?
They all know who the library media specialists are, and through the collaborative lessons that we do with the teachers at each grade level, at the middle schools, I know they will speak to all of the, language arts classes, for example, or they'll target all the social studies classes, for example, to make sure that they are touching each student and that they are reaching each student. So we do that when we're in school in person, and we do that on the virtual platform as well.
That's great. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to ask her to give me a tour. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'm looking. We have a number of participants there, but I want to hear from Ms. Celestin. Do you have any comments?
Yes. First, I would just like to congratulate you guys on having the most diverse selection in New Jersey. I honestly feel honored to come to our district. This is a huge thing. I've never had this happen before. This is so amazing, and I can't wait to share with my friends because they don't watch board meetings. But besides the point, it's amazing how you guys really put that together, and the resources. Being a part of many different communities that you guys did mention, it's really fulfilling to see that you guys are mentioning them and talking about them and not putting them to shame or calling it a controversial topic. It's important to see. It's very important to see. And I'm happy that you guys are showing it. And this is amazing. It's honestly amazing. I'm in shock right now. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited to see something like this. I've never seen this before.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, amazing is a great word, and so many connections, and so many of the board members have touched on the highlights, and there's so many highlights. So I certainly thank you. This was great. We can tell you put a lot of time and effort into it, and I love all of your Bitmojis. It's so cool. And I hope that once we're all back together, everybody, that a lot of this will remain because it's very engaging for kids. So thanks so much. So
thank you. Thank you all so much. And thank you to my incredible staff that work extremely hard every day. And they really put their hearts and soul into everything they do and into the presentation as well. So they're wonderful to work with, and I'm so privileged to work with all of them. So thank you, and thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, folks. Have a great night. Stay safe.
You too.
All right, Mr. Scales.
Take it away, Dr. C.
Okay. Somewhat of a bit of a rugged pivot here to the next report. This will be somewhat brief. As we know that we have a number of participants who are on and are interested in making comments of a variety of sorts. So if Ms. Groff-Tisa, if you would do me the honors and just pull up the presentation. It's just wanted to present some updates. These are going to be really more broad brush strokes, with kind of foreshadowing some things that are coming down the pike. So Ms. Groff-Tisa, if you'll advance to So if we go back to the November postponement of the hybrid cohort, I just want to you kind of reiterate that that happened really at the on the guidance and counsel of our district physician and in kind of with support of our local public health and emergency management authorities. And what we were seeing at that time was, coming off of like the early fall, we were seeing what was a spike. And considering that we were seeing that, and without really having any kind of longitudinal data to understand, was this a spike that was going to continue to go up and get up to the level that where we were, say, in March or April of last year, when we were seeing several hundred cases a day? Or was this that spike that we saw at that time, was that essentially was it going to plateau and really remain at that level? And really the prudence of moving into a phase where we were going to start bringing large numbers of students and staff members into the building with the uncertainty of that trajectory. So, looking at and subsequent to that, we had really some interest from the community in understanding, well, what was our metric? What were we going to use as a concrete metric to assess when it made sense, when it was prudent for us to make the move and kind of commence the hybrid model? And so we talked about this idea of local positivity rate. And I educated the community relative to the state DOH's guidelines with the COVID-19 risk matrix and the benchmarks for those various levels of risk. Low, moderate, high, and highest. And just if you look at the image, the graphic on the right, that's Essex County. That's the most recent COVID-19 situational awareness report. And though you can see each of the townships within the county color coded, and you will see that whereas previously West Orange had been in the was in the orange, and actually was never in the red, was in the orange. You can see that West Orange is now in the yellow range or the moderate range. So when we look at and we get weekly situation reports, and I review those on a weekly basis. And the first thing I look right to is, what are our daily cases? And the daily active cases as of today, just as an example, were 12 cases lower than what we saw on November 10th. So certainly we have not seen an exponential increase in daily cases. And in fact, in some cases, in some weeks, they've actually been lower. And in fact, there have been times where they have actually been lower than they are today. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit of a spike coming off of the holidays. But still, even with that spike, the daily cases tend to be lower than they were in November. So in terms of evaluating that trajectory, we can see that trajectory has leveled off. It has not continued to increase as we were unsure whether it would back in November. In looking at the local positivity rate, and I just reached out to the Office of Emergency Management today to inquire as to what is the local positivity rate today. And that local positivity rate was 8.02, which would explain why our township is in the yellow range, because if you have been reading my updates over the course of the last couple of months, you know that 10% local positivity rate is the high end of the moderate range of risk. Now, some of you may have seen an erroneous posting that was put up recently. It was a calculation error that was made on the part of the township. I spoke to Nick Allegrino in the OEM, and there was a miscalculation. So the original number that was posted for the daily positivity rate over the last 7 days was in the 15% range, but that was actually a mistake. I'm not sure if they've since corrected that post, but it is in fact at 8.02. And again, when you corroborate that with the most recent situation report from the county Department of Health, you'll see that we are in fact in the moderate. And you can see that our county is actually faring quite a bit better than it had been. And you see that there are a number of communities that are actually in the low range of risk based upon their daily cases. And so, what I talked about in that letter around December 4th was in conferring with the local public health and emergency management personnel, we were hypothesizing that we were going to see a decrease in the positivity rate, and that we were in fact going to get to a positivity rate that was below 10%. Having set that as the benchmark, I knew that we needed to begin the preparations to open so that if and when we saw a positivity rate dip below 10%, we be prepared to open. And so really those projections and plannings have sort of played out really more or less exactly as how we expected they would. So just to kind of reiterate, and this had been provided in a previous correspondence in terms of what our timelines are. The January 19th date is a date when we are having all staff come back in. We will re-welcome our pre-K and our autistic classes on that date. January 25th, we will have K2 students as well as K12 intellectual and behavior disabilities, 18 to 21 in our K5 LLD. February 1st will be grades 3 through 5, and February 8th will be students in grades 6 through 12. And what you can expect is that next week, you can expect more detailed communications for your school principals relative to any salient pertinent information for when your students and your children are scheduled to return. So just kind of some dates to keep in mind. Tomorrow, bus passes, I've been informed by our transportation department that the bus passes will be loaded and accessible to parents in Power School. And we will send a letter home tomorrow that will have instructions and further information as to how to access those, for your information. On January 20th, we will have an elementary curriculum town hall. Now, there will be various focuses to that town hall. But one of them certainly will be addressing any questions that parents may have about the impending start of elementary classes on the 25th. We're doing through our English language learner parent advisory group. We are doing another multilingual parent workshop on January 14th at 7 p.m. And clearly a significant focus of that meeting will also be answering questions regarding our reopening. And if you haven't already had communication from your principals, I held principal meetings this Tuesday, and kind of solicited some feedback from the principals as to what their communication timelines were and when I could expect and you could expect that you'd be getting further communication from them. And if you have not already gotten that, I would expect that next week you can expect letters from principals with specific details relative to cohorts and specific schedules. I can also tell you that we will be, our updated hybrid instruction guidebook for parents will go live on Monday, January 11th, and that will contain, all the information that you need relative to health and safety protocol, PPE, and of course, schedules and things of that nature. In the event you're ever looking for information, we've obviously put together a lot of resources, guidebooks, obviously our restart and reopening plan. And so I would just, always direct you back to our website off the main page. We have virtual learning and COVID-19 resources is the link off the homepage. And if you link to that, you'll see that there are a variety of resources. So if you have a question, of course, you can always call the hotline, but if you have, or your building principal, but if you're looking for information, this is a great place to start. And if you're not able to find what you're looking for, obviously you can always reach out to us for further information. Just kind of some important considerations to kind of keep in mind, kind of high level considerations. If for whatever reason moving forward, or even within the next couple of weeks, you wish to change your child's status from hybrid to virtual or vice versa, I would encourage you to consult the board policy on remote learning. That is linked through this presentation, which will be shared. It's also available on the district website on the aforementioned COVID-19 resource page. But that'll provide you with the required timelines. Now, I say required timelines, that would be the maximum time that's required. We had this conversation this week with principals, and principals said, hey, if we're able to do it in less than that time, can we? And I said, absolutely. As long as all of the relevant players, and that's teachers, teachers, your building principal, transportation department, all the necessary preparations are made and everybody's aware and has the time to do what they need to do to be organized to receive your child, we can do it in less than that. That's just a maximum to allow for time if that's necessary. But if you were interested in changing your child's status, it would be an email or a contact with the building principal as a starting point to do that. I think it's important that I update the community on a recent release that we received very recently from the New Jersey Department of Health. It's not great. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to certainly be problematic, but we'll have to manage it. And I'm just going to read it to you. Is that in the context of an ongoing statewide second wave, New Jersey continues to experience COVID-19 transmission among school-age children. In children, signs and symptoms are often mild and may not be possible to clinically distinguish COVID-19 for other illnesses. For this reason, the New Jersey Department of Health recommends that any child with COVID-19 compatible symptoms should not return to school until they have either received a negative viral test for SARS-CoV-2 or they have completed an isolation period of at least 10 days since symptom onset and at least 24 hours after resolution of fever without fever-reducing medications with symptom improvement. A purely clinical alternative diagnosis is no longer acceptable. That's a watershed piece of guidance from the Department of Health, and it's one that we really need. We really need the assistance of parents in having a fidelity to, if we're going to ensure that we keep once we open our schools, that we keep them open, and that we're ensuring to the greatest extent possible the safety and health of other students and staff members. And certainly if the child comes to school and has those symptoms, they're not going to be able to stay. We're going to need to send them home. And obviously that's going to be something we're going to have to work through, but we're obviously asking for parents' complete cooperation in that. I will also mention, and I'm going to kind of, after this slide, I'm going to really kind of give you some pretty detailed information as to all of the facilities remediations we've done. But one of those is ensuring that our outside dampers remain open in order that we have the adequate air exchange and fresh air exchange coming into the rooms. Now, what that's going to mean is, and even with working heat, that the temperature of our rooms could be lower than usual. Now, we're not suggesting that we subject our children and our teachers to extremely low temperatures, but it just may simply be cooler than what they're accustomed to. What that means is that if we have significantly cold days, sub-zero days, there may be the possibility that we have to call remote days if the temperature in our schools are not able to be maintained at a level that's appropriate and adequate for students and staff. Closing dampers is not an option because then we're not achieving the necessary air exchange rate and fresh air exchange that is required to certify rooms under ventilation code. We're not foreseeing that being a regular occurrence, but I feel as if it's necessary to mention it because it is something that we're going to need to take into consideration. And obviously, as we get into the flow of things, and we start to, by trial and error, understand what that temperature is going to be, vis-a-vis the outside temperature and the comfort level. That's something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on, but I think it's worth mentioning. And finally, I just want to kind of go through just for the edification of the community, the edification for any folks who are on the call today. I did share this information with our staff today, and I just want to kind of go through these bullet points in terms of what we've done to ensure that I, as the superintendent and the board, can certify the health and safety of our facilities. I can tell you that all classroom univents and rooftop units have been inspected for functionality. Those filters have been replaced, and there has been the installation, as you know, of the bipolar needle point ionization technology on those. We are still in the process. What happens is you have to understand with these univents is they're old. And so a motor that may be working today may not be working tomorrow. And that just comes with the territory of univents that are old. Now, I should tell you that, when these motors go, because of their age and because of the demand for these things, it's not something that can be turned around immediately. And they fail somewhat regularly. We are still in the process of repairing a small number of them, which have gone in the interim. But we expect that we will have all those repaired in time for the 19th, and certainly when students come. And I have asked building principals to develop alternative plans for other spaces in the schools that can be used to relocate rooms, which may have to be taken offline once we're back in because of that. We contracted with an air balancing company that performed an analysis controlling for the specific mechanical unit, the room size, the occupancy, and the motor speed to determine what is the required damper opening to achieve the necessary air exchange rate in the room. Once we had established that template, then our buildings and ground staff and our outside vendors went and ensured that the damper openings for all of those mechanical units were opened to the appropriate aperture. We are still in the process of doing that in some of our schools where we have hot water unit vents. It's a little trickier with the hot water unit vents because they are far more prone to freezing coils than the steam ones are. But to address that, we have had automated logic set up and activate alarms on all the boilers, which will enable us to know in off hours when those boilers perhaps have gone down, and have people on call to be able to respond to that and either get the boiler running or ensure that we close the dampers before we have coil freezing and incur expensive damage as a result of that. Again, all unit vents without functioning dampers will be manually opened for adequate fresh air exchange. All the exhaust fans have been evaluated, repaired, and or installed in our bathrooms. That work is ongoing. We've invested approximately $80,000 in the upgrading and repair of our bathroom exhaust fans. That work is ongoing, but we do have adequate lavatory spaces presently in all buildings for both staff and students. And it is highly likely that by the time we have students come in, we'll be at 100%. But we have adequate spaces to accommodate students and staff at this point, and those have been certified with functioning exhaust fans. We did have a number of windows that were non-functioning. We have conducted a complete analysis of all those windows. Like the motors, parts and supply chain can be difficult, but we will have all window repairs completed by January 15th. Also, what we're doing contemporaneously is that all schools with hot water systems will now have new automated logic controls installed, which is basically a retrofit. The previous hydraulic controls have failed. It's cost prohibitive and time prohibitive to rebuild those pneumatic systems. And so we're basically putting brains, if you will, as they're called, into all of these hot water unit vents. Now, that's not necessary to open the schools because we can manually keep the dampers open, but contemporaneously we will be bringing these hot water unit vents online so that gradually we will not have to leave the damper open and we can have an actual functioning modulating damper. That will be happening. We're doing the same thing with pneumatic thermostats, are all being replaced in schools with pneumatic systems. And again, this really just contributes to comfort in the room. And, you know, teachers will tell you and students will tell you that some classrooms have a tendency to be really hot. And that's because the valves are not functioning and heat is remaining on all the time. It's not modulating based upon the room temperature. And so these thermostats will ensure that we have appropriate comfort level. And this is not just a good upgrade for this particular year. This is great stuff moving forward in successive years as well. And again, we've had those alarms, which were actually already on the boilers, and we've had them activated through automated logic. So that is the extent of the work we've done. We continue to work on punch lists of items. I have been meeting somewhat regularly with the Health and Safety Committee of the Teachers Association, which is comprised of Teachers Association president as well as members of their exec board, including the president, as well as other members, an environmental consultant from the NJEA, as well as a local UNISERV rep of the the NJEA. We met yesterday for 2 hours. They had presented us with a number of questions, which we feel we have satisfactorily answered. We other things come up, and any issues or any questions which may come up, we continue to address. But I think this speaks to the diligence that the administration of the board has exercised to ensure that we can in good faith certify the health and safety of our buildings from a facility standpoint. And that's what I have for the board and the community at this time. And if the board had any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I'm looking. We have about over 300 participants, and I would love to be sensitive to the fact that they're hanging in with us. So any board members have questions? Ms. Huerta?
But I think
You're not muted.
Oh,
But Melinda, you do have to unmute yourself.
yes, thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Quick question about the ELL parent workshop. Will the district send out correspondence to the families, or are the school principals in charge of sending correspondence, or is it both?
Yeah, I believe that that's going to be orchestrated by our parent liaison, Mr. Cano, as well as the building ESL teachers.
Okay. The Department of Health letter, how will that be enforced in terms of, I know you said fevers and staying home after for 24 hours or quarantining. How will that be enforced, and will there be access made for testing, or how will that work?
Yeah, so I mean, listen, I mean, I think it like it always has in time immemorial. The protocol has always been that that when a child is, let's say, goes home from school the previous day with fever, that they are, they're meant to stay home for until they've been without fever for 24 hours. So that has always been the practice, and it's always been basically a compact of trust with the parents that they would not send the child back to school and as such endanger the health and safety of fellow students and parents, and so obviously staff rather. So that's obviously what we would ask for from parents. If for whatever reason they came back and they were still symptomatic, they would be asked to, probably sent down to the nurse, placed in one of our isolation rooms, quarantine isolation rooms, and the parents would be called to pick them up. As far as testing goes, at this juncture, the district does not have any have the resources or the capacity to offer testing for students. We can certainly provide resources to parents as to where they can go for testing. But the district does not have any plans to offer testing to students.
Just two more questions about the univents and the conditions. How does that affect the school openings? And do we have any idea of if particular schools have older or damaged univents, or are they scattered throughout the district? And in terms of the bathrooms, I know you said there's adequate bathrooms in all of the buildings. At Washington in particular, I know that there were plumbing issues. Is there a level of standard for the bathroom functionalities that we meet, or is that available?
Actually, if you give me one moment, I can pull up the hang on one second, Ms. Huerta. In terms of, I'm not sure, in terms of functionality, the buildings are, the bathrooms, while they're, from time to time, we may have fixtures fail, the expectation is that, that there are functioning fixtures and that, that they can be utilized. And if fixtures go down and are not functional, the building principals as the stewards of their physical plants, it's their responsibility. I'm getting feedback again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Merkel, we have to keep you muted until you speak.
Okay.
You might be pushing space if you have papers on your keyboard. Okay.
So the building principals are statutorily responsible for their physical plants. And, in the event that they have a failed fixture or something of that nature, they would notify the director of buildings and grounds, and, a work order would be placed in and those repairs would be made. So my understanding is that, when I say, and I am informed by the director of buildings and grounds that we have, a functioning laboratory that has functioning sinks, that has functioning toilets, and in addition, obviously has the functioning exhaust fan. In terms of, give me 1 second here. I have a spreadsheet on the fans. As far as the univents go, I can give you a little bit of information on that. Our Washington School is, according to my spreadsheet, is 100% online for restrooms. All restroom, and it's really one main exhaust system works all the fans, which would explain why Washington is fully online. As far as the univents go, Mrs. Huerta, so where we see the older univents are the elementary schools, unless they've had additions that were added, and we have some schools that have additions that were added in like the mid 2000s. They tend to be at the elementary schools, and they tend to be in the conformity section of the high school. Edison and Roosevelt both have Airedale systems, which are basically more they're vertical univent systems, and those were installed in the mid 2000s. The Tarnoff section and the Mount Pleasant, Pleasant Valley section of the high school are on rooftop units that are controlled by automated logic. And of course, Liberty School is a newer building, so that is also a rooftop unit that is a relatively modern HVAC system. So it tends to be our elementary schools that have mostly that have the older univents. Mount Pleasant is exclusively hot water. St. Cloud has a number of hot water classrooms. Washington School, for example, is mostly steam. So it varies from building to building. But in terms of classrooms that the univents are not working, the vast majority of the univents are working. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me. I know we have about 4 rooms presently that are in the process of being repaired at Redwood, and we do have some others. But all of those, those are a relatively small number of rooms that are in that position right now. You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Merklinger.
Sure. So I'm super excited to hear that we're, definitely going through with the plans to return back to school. Or just want to confirm, because I think there is some confusion. We're not sending everyone back. Those that still want to stay virtual have that option. That's correct, right? It's for parents who wish to go to the hybrid model, have that option now. We'll have that option. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. So just with the ventilation issues, do we have the ability to purchase additional or extra parts, so to speak, so that should something break, we're not at the disadvantage of having to wait for those to come in or order? Do we have, a stock, I would say, I guess, of the fans or whatever pieces the building and grounds would need to get that turnaround time to be more efficient and quick?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. We actually send the motors out for rebuilding. That's not an expertise that we have. So those are projects and jobs that we do with outside vendors. In terms of whether we could potentially stockpile motors and then basically give those to a repair shop, I'm not sure about that, but I can inquire with Mr. Zigi about that.
Okay, that's all I have. I know we have a lot of folks that want to speak tonight, so I'll keep it short. I'm good.
Thank you, Ms. Merklinger. Ms. Tunnicliffe.
Thank you. I'll also try to be brief. Certainly want to thank our buildings and grounds team for all the work that you're doing in getting our facilities up to snuff so that we can start to bring our students back in. Thank you for everything that you've done over the last couple of months. And I'm glad to hear that there's some flexibility in the hybrid enrollment so that principals can make some modifications if they have the space. That's great news. Also, just wanted to touch base ask a question about the bus passes. So this sounds like a new process, and I know anytime we have a new process that sometimes that's fraught with some pain points. So just wondering what we're planning to do in terms of communications, what communications are going out, what instructions are being provided. I'm just hoping that things are going to be done in several languages so that I just want to make sure that we're buttoned up on the communication so that there's no, there's less chance of things to go wrong. I know transportation can sometimes be a pain point, and there's a lot of people who really rely on it, especially when we have our special needs students who are needing busing transportation. So just want to know if you can give us a little more color on that process, that would be great. And then just any of my colleagues, I'm wondering if we've heard anything about teacher vaccinations from, I know they're in the section of the 1B, which is still the first sort of phase. Have we heard anything from the legislatures or the Senate or anything that would indicate that those are going to get moved up or anything? I didn't know if anyone's heard anything or more connected. So
I can speak to that, actually. I can speak
okay.
about this. So great question about the communication on the bus pass. Insightful and absolutely spot on. So what we're planning, one of the things that that the principals have been, a goal that the principals have been setting had set throughout the fall, was making a concerted effort to get 100% of their families signed up on the parent portal. And they are, all schools are just about at 100%, and have at least identified the remaining families who, for whatever reason, might be having difficulty doing that. And for those families, continue to, in the interim, provide hard copies by regular mail. For those parents who do have access in the parent portal, this letter will contain not only a kind of a flow chart of directions, but we are also in the process of developing like a tutorial video that will kind of walk parents through the steps. I mean, it's pretty straightforward once you're in the parent portal, but just to be on the safe side, kind of having multiple processes, both written directions and then a video tutorial that will assist parents in understanding how to access that bus pass. And in terms of, various languages, those kinds of targeted efforts as in terms of servicing multilingual families, our building principals are focused on that and understanding which families, have different language needs. And there tends to be a fair amount of overlap between parents who are maybe having difficulties with the parent portal and language pieces. So they're making sure that that those parents have it. And of course, we have some runway here because we know that we have until the 25th. To ensure that we've worked out any kinks, and any parents who might have questions understand, how to get the bus and where to get the bus. Oh, and the vaccines, interesting. So I actually, in my conversation with Mr. Allegrino from OEM today, we spoke about the vaccines, and what he informed me is that they are moving. It looks like they're moving teachers, educators up in that queue. And there should be some notification coming out soon about that. I would also, I visited the West Orange Township page. They have a pretty comprehensive a resource on there relative to vaccines. And so I would, I would encourage anyone that has questions about that. I'm looking to get some, just kind of some fairly succinct information that I can share with the staff. I don't want to overburden them with too much information, and I also want to wait until I have some definitives just to help them with that. But from what I understand, our staff members could either get vaccinated in their town or in the vaccination center that's associated with their town, or they could file in the county of Essex and say they don't live in Essex but work in Essex and be in the queue in Essex County as well. So they have two different options available to them. But what I understand, they are being moved up in the queue. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Terry, do you mind? I just thought of one other question I just meant to ask, if you don't mind, just if I jump in real quick. I know in some of the other school districts and local schools, students have to fill out an app that has the 4 like health questions that say, temperature check, have you been exposed? Are there any, the 4 questions, and a lot of our youth sports programs are using it through TeamSnap. I'm wondering if we have thought to do something similar for that, just as an extra measure or extra layer before school. They have to enter it, and it has to be green basically that says yes, you can go to school. Just wondering if we thought of something along those lines. I don't know if we have that in place or thought about it. And I apologize, I meant to ask that earlier.
Yeah, I've thank you, Ms. Merklinger. I've kind of broached this before. I'm not recommending it, and the reason I'm not recommending it is because I think that it is an unwieldy logistic challenge. When we talk about 7,000 students, we talk about policing that on a daily basis, and we talk about connectivity, and we talk about language. And so then what do we do when we have on a daily basis? We think about, like, we send a survey out, right? What percentage of people actually respond to our survey? And understand that I'm not saying that as a criticism. We're all busy. We have many things on our plates to do. So there's a host of reasons why some folks might not fill it out. But the reality of it is that we have a percentage that we receive in terms of response. So what do we do on a daily basis when we have 20, 30% of our students not filling it out? How do we monitor that? Who monitors it? What is our mechanism for following up and addressing it? And when we think about the idea of fidelity in terms of the data we're getting in, and the reliability of the data we're getting in, is this something that actually protects us and makes us safer? Or is it something that just makes us feel safer? And when you weigh that next to the massive investment of time and resources that go into policing it and trying to monitor it, is it worth it? My thought on it is that we focus our protocol on our thermal screening. We focus our protocol on our visual screening of students to understand symptoms and whether students are bringing those symptoms to bear. We focus on our health and safety protocol in terms of our universal masking, our social distancing. And I think those are things that we can control, that we know will contribute to the health and safety. I think it becomes an unwieldy endeavor in a district of our size. That's just my position on it as superintendent.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. Makes absolute sense.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Merklinger.
Okay, Mr. Rothstein.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 2 questions. First question, at an earlier meeting, Mr. Mendez spoke about how teachers have been trained to handle both the in-classroom and virtual lessons simultaneously. I just wanted to ask whether all teachers have had an opportunity to complete that training and are ready to get started.
Yeah. So when we kind of did our last roundabout, Mr. Rothstein, in November, all of our staff members had an opportunity to come in to work with our ed tech people, designees in each of our buildings. I did ask those questions this week, really more on the hardware side, to Mr. Santiago, that all the necessary hardware was in place, that the configurations in the rooms were set up for the hybrid. And of course, the benefit of having our staff in advance of the students is that we'll have additional opportunities for them to kind of walk around a bit in that and troubleshoot any issues we have, either from the technological side, the technical side, and or the training side. But I do know that Mrs. de Mendez, next week there will be a keen focus on understanding what additional training needs there might be to refresh folks on just the practicality of that, because I think it really is just the logistic practicality of what that feels like and what it looks like to be in a room, you know, with 2 cameras and whatnot. But yes, to date, our last go around in November, all staff members had an opportunity to come in and get trained.
Terrific. And then one last question is on the hardware side. I imagine with students going into school now again, we may see an increased amount of lost or broken Chromebooks. And has there been a chance to do an inventory of backups to make sure that we can keep students learning at home when they're in virtual mode?
Yeah, we do have some inventory in place. I'm glad to, and we've been purchasing additional units with grant monies for which we applied and were awarded. We've received 2 separate state grants, which we've allocated, not exclusively, but largely towards the purchase of additional Chromebook devices. The first purchase of those, I believe, is scheduled to come in within 3 to 4 weeks. And then we have a second round of grant money that we're utilizing, and those will come a bit later. So we have, hey, Ms. Torres, do you, Flora, sorry, that's what happens on hour 14. Could you provide any, do you have any specific info in terms of the quantity of funds that were allocated towards the original Chromebook purchase, the second one, and the approximate number of devices?
Oh, something happened, Miss Flores. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You are unmuted. Don't worry. Just sometimes you just might have to unplug your USB and plug it back in. Seems that she might have gotten Dr. Scott's.
Yeah.
How's that? That's great. Thank you.
The first batch was about the total grant was $700,000, and then the second one we got an additional $179,000 that we're using towards Chromebooks.
Yeah, so that's the first go around is a pretty significant number of devices.
That's great. Terrific. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And is our student liaison still with us?
Unfortunately, she had homework to do.
I bet she did. Okay, great. So certainly in the interest of time, thank you, Dr. Cascone, for giving us that update. And I'm sure we'll have questions as time goes on, and we know that you always invite us to follow up. So at this point on the agenda, it is time for questions from the public on agenda items only. And Ms. Grove-Tiza, if you would inform our public, and I'd just like to say Happy New Year to everyone that's out there. And again, we're so glad that you're with us. And we'll certainly have board comments later on in the meeting, but it's your turn now.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, so anyone who'd like to speak on agenda items only, it is the raise your hand function located at the bottom of your screen. And if you're one of our call-in patrons, it's *9. You only have to press it once. And we do ask that if you are going to speak, you do press the button now. You will be put in a queue. You are in a line. And then we'll get going from there. So first up, we have Jay Wecht. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
All right, am I unmuted here?
Yes, you're all good, Jay.
All right. First, I want to welcome back the board and congratulate the new member. And I want to thank everyone for all the hard work that you're always doing every day. It's greatly appreciated by me and the rest of the members of the union. So thank you very much to you, to Dr. Cascone, and everyone else in central office. So thank you. I noticed that my 3 minutes are still at 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's just you just need to slate your name and your address for the record, or your position for the record.
Okay, so it's Jay Wecht. I am a veteran teacher at Roosevelt Middle School teaching ELA. This is my 26th year. I'm obviously concerned about the return to school I did speak last time at the prior meeting. So you may recall that I teach from my classroom, and I have been since September. And in a couple weeks, we're supposed to have the teachers return. And I'm concerned because I'm keeping track of all that's going on in our neighboring towns: Newark, East Orange, Jersey City, Patterson, Bloomfield, Nutley, and they all seem to be starting much later than we are. So is it possible they know something that we don't, that they are not as quick as we are going to be to bring the teachers and the students back into the buildings? I can tell you from personal experience with my sister-in-law, who's a teacher in Bayonne, they have no plan to return. Their buildings are open just to the custodial staff and the administration. Her particular building, they just closed because 2 custodians tested positive for COVID. My son, who is enrolled in the VOTEC program here in East Hanover, they've been out for 2 months. They returned on Monday, and they announced today that they are going back to remote because of COVID. So it just seems to me that, as I said last time I spoke to you, that we still are not at the point where it is truly safe for us to return. I've attended funeral masses in West Orange for West Orange residents who have passed because of COVID. I have colleagues whose parents have died recently because of COVID. I have colleagues who have COVID. It just, let me just say with my remaining 30 seconds, I've been at Roosevelt for 26 years. I've done hundreds of fire drills with the children. Fire drills are incredibly important. And we're taking the kids out of the building because of the fear of it being on fire. I would never bring the kids back into the building if it were truly on fire. And it just seems to me that our buildings are still on fire. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have John Hellyer. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Good evening. My name is John Hellyer. I teach choir, piano, and musical theater at West Orange High School. I'm speaking to you this evening to advocate strongly for the extension of our current model of fully virtual instruction. This is not the time to bring students and staff back into the building. Neighboring and comparable school districts have extended fully virtual instruction until April. We should do the same. A vaccine is here and educators are next in line. I registered myself at the beginning of the week. Waiting until the educators in your care who choose to be vaccinating would be the most important and humane thing you could do while this virus is surging in New Jersey and across the country. We teachers have invested greatly in this fully virtual instruction model. I can only speak to how this relates to the subject I teach. As a choir teacher, I want nothing more than to be with my students, making music around a piano together. I thrive on that. That isn't a possibility right now with everything we know about the virus, and I am very wary, thinking of what hybrid learning will look like in a vocal music classroom. With fully virtual instruction, I've been able to sing with the students and model proper vocal technique and teach the voice parts safely during daily instruction. With a cohort of students present in the classroom, I'm concerned about the safety of all involved. I'll share with you a perspective from a fellow educator to which I am privy. My husband is the vice principal of a middle school in a district just about 20 minutes from West Orange. His district has been hybrid by cohort since the beginning of the year, but they went fully remote before the winter break, and teachers are no longer required to report to the building due to the surge in cases amongst the staff and school community. Teachers and students have been quarantining on and off since September as the virus worked its way around. We've heard many concerns about the social aspect of schools being important and used as a reason to reopen. When I've spoken to my husband and other educators I know who are working in hybrid situations, they all say the same thing. The kids, teachers, and staff look unhappy and afraid. It isn't anything resembling normal school at all, and it could prove deadly. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your strong leadership and openness. I hope we can all gather together in person someday soon. I will sing songs of joy and put on a show worthy of West Orange, but that needs to wait until we know it is truly safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb Cohen. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Deb Cohen, I teach at West Orange High School. I am here to advocate for staying remote a little longer for our school district and have two main points I would like to mention. There are no COVID testing plans for public schools, as Dr. Cascone said, but in the state. I am not advocating for districts having to pay for testing. With budget cuts over the years and the additional costs already imposed by the virus, that would not be possible. However, without a comprehensive testing plan, coming back to school is not safe. One of the local colleges just had students start to move in, and they had to produce a negative test within 5 days of their arrival. Even with that, when tested upon arrival to campus, several of the RAs, so a limited number of the students, tested positive and are now being quarantined. Without regular testing, someone could have a negative test one day and come into school not knowing they are asymptomatic and pass it on to others. Why is this a problem? It leads right into point number 2. The vaccines that are currently being rolled out are not available to those 18 and under. As of now, teachers are not expected to be able to receive the vaccine until the beginning or middle of February. That comes from my local health department. If we wait until teachers are eligible and can get their doses, then they will be protected and the lack of student testing will be less of a problem. I am not saying remote learning is easy. It's not for the students or the teachers, although our library media specialists show how great remote learning can be for our students and highlighted many things that are being done around the district by teachers, guidance counselors, and child study team members. Hybrid learning is not going to be easy either, and in many ways it makes things harder. My own children are currently hybrid and the teachers are doing their best, but paying attention to the 10 to 12 students in the classroom and the 10 to 12 students on the computer is difficult at its best and requires the teacher to employ 2 different sets of techniques and skills simultaneously. And I have high schoolers who can work by it without guidance, unlike many elementary school students. As a technology and engineering teacher, my classes are typically more than 75% hands-on activities, with teamwork as a vital component. While remote is not ideal for these classes, students have continued to have hands-on experiences with photography and in my electronics classes. Students work in breakout rooms to enable collaborative learning. If we are hybrid, this will be harder. With social distancing required, students cannot work close to each other to collaborate. They cannot share materials to enable them to help troubleshoot problems and work through the engineering design process as it is intended. I have said it every time I get up to speak, and I will continue to say it. I want to be in school. I want to see my students and give them the full learning experience that they would have in normal times, but we are not quite there yet. A few more weeks will allow the vaccine to get to teachers, which will add a layer of safety that is necessary for a hybrid return to school. And then I have a question on the data as far as what's being said. According to COVID Act Now, who is done through Stanford Medicine and Harvard Global Health, Essex County is active or imminent outbreak. We are in the red, and they're encouraging no new activities. So I'm curious how that goes with the data from what Dr. Cascone said earlier. I absolutely thank all of you for the time and energy dealing with COVID and the education of our students and thinking of the safety of everyone in the buildings, both the kids and the teachers and the rest of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Sharon Ortiz, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Ortiz, 6 Lowell Avenue, and a teacher of 15 years at our amazing high school. Good evening, Dr. Cascone, board members, and ward members. Congratulations, President Trigg Scales, Vice President Tunnicliffe, and welcome, Mrs. Huerta. School leaders, parents, teachers, and students face tough decisions in regards to the school reopening. I don't know of one decision that is best for every single person. I've read statements and heard conversations saying that teachers need to do their jobs, teachers are lazy, and teachers should not get paid for working at home. Like you, teachers are human beings. Like you, we want to protect ourselves and the ones that we love, and that also includes our students. Teachers are not and have never been the enemies. We are dedicated and resilient. We are tough, but we are not soldiers. We chose this profession to make a difference. I want you to know that we've been and will continue doing the absolute best we can to provide our students with a meaningful education from afar. I, along with my colleagues, are working far beyond a typical workday to prepare and reconfigure lessons to adapt them for distance learning, and trying to do whatever is possible to make sure our students get the best education that we can possibly give despite the circumstances. The situation is not ideal. This is unnatural. This is unwanted, but this is necessary. Trust me, when I started teaching 20 years ago, I did not foresee that I would be constantly alerting students that they are frozen or speaking while muted, troubleshooting Zoom and Wi-Fi, which is maddening, even for those of us who are experienced with working with technology. And yet, I still think it's a safer option than returning to school. Deaths and infection rates are breaking records. As the number of people infected rise, West Orange has had 347 new cases since December 21st, and I don't even think we've began to see what the next surge is. And yes, I live in town. And most importantly, before we who are next to receive the vaccine, why would we come back into the building? I respectfully ask that we who want nothing more than to go back into our schools that feel like home to us with our colleagues that we think of as family be allowed to do so safely and vaccinated. I also ask that students and staff be required to show a recent negative COVID test if that is not possible before the start of classes, as many other districts such as Nutley are doing. We have held out hope for this vaccine, and this is now so close to being administered. I am asking that we not be asked to return without it. As one of my colleagues said, it's likened to being asked to go back into a house that is on fire and being asked to walk past and not pick up the fire extinguisher as we go back in. I want to be back in the building, but only when it's safe. I also have one question. Because of the 48-hour rule, if a person came in a cohort, how does that work if they're asymptomatic past the 48-hour window? Will we be notified of this student's test and know that we've been exposed? Thank you so much, and please be safe.
Hey, thank you. Next is Danielle Sokola. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello, my name is Danielle Sokola, and I've been a teacher in West Orange at Redwood School for over 15 years. I'd first like to start by thanking our Board of Education, our administrators, and our families for all the support they've given us and keeping us safe thus far. This has been an interesting year, to say the least. And I'm speaking not only as an educator, but as a parent of 2 elementary school students myself. We have all taken on new roles this year and a new way to live, and our lives and homes have definitely changed drastically. However, nothing has really changed in our world as far as COVID goes since March, except now we're hitting record high case numbers and a new strand is out there and it's on its way. According to a report yesterday, it stated that every 34 seconds, there's another person dying of COVID. Yes, we do have a vaccine, but no one is fully vaccinated, if vaccinated at all at this point, which leaves me very confused and unsettled about returning to in-person. Why, if nothing has changed since March, is it safe to go back now when it wasn't safe before? Would you send a fireman into a burning building without any of his equipment? No. How can you send students and faculty into a school knowing nothing has changed, except now it's worse than ever, and we haven't seen a light at this end of this tunnel yet? This is happening all over the world, not just in West Orange. So let's continue the way we have to keep each other safe, because vaccinations are in our future. But also as a parent, my sons are fortunate enough to be in a district similar to ours, and they are fully virtual. They, like our West Orange students, are striving through this. They benefit from the structure of knowing their schedule and understanding their expectations. All of our children have shown tremendous growth and are thriving more than we could have ever expected. They are receiving a steady curriculum and technology skills that would have never been anticipated at this point. Some of them can run a better Zoom call than most adults. Some of the districts around me are hybrid. And after speaking to many parents that I'm friends with, they do nothing but say it's a disaster as a parent, wishing they were virtual the way I am and the way our districts are. When a closure occurs for them, it leaves the parents with no time to make plans, and it disrupts the students' structure and their learning. One district near me closed what nearly seemed every other week, leaving students frazzled, parents crazed. And this doesn't allow our teachers and our parents to support our students and children. And it absolutely does not give our students the education they deserve if they don't have a schedule and structure, especially at the elementary school level. That's what they need to succeed. And they do need that structure because that's what guides them. So please, for our safety, the stability, reconsider reopening. We have done an excellent job of keeping everyone safe and educated and pushed to each limit. Why risk so much when a vaccination is so close and our students have the structure they need? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jay Paul as listed on the Zoom call. If you can follow the prompt on your screen.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Board of Ed members and Dr. Cascone. My name is Jennifer Paul. I'm a 20-year veteran teacher in town, currently teaching second grade. First and foremost, I'd like to wish everyone, of course, a happy and healthy new year and welcome Ms. Huerta to the board as the newest member. I'd also like to take this opportunity to again thank the board and superintendent for their diligent decisions throughout the school year so far in keeping students, faculty, staff, and our community safe by keeping our district virtual. We are currently in what is being considered the third wave of the coronavirus. Each day we are seeing record numbers and cases of deaths. Dr. Fauci has been quoted saying it is entirely conceivable that January could be the worst. He has also used the word terrible to describe this month, as we will be seeing the Christmas and New Year's spikes that we've yet to see. The projected most deadly day is actually slated to be January 20th, just one day after we are set to open our buildings to bring all faculty and staff back. Essex County, according to current maps, is considered red. Due to this, surrounding school districts that are open previously have shut down or shifted to mimic the wise decision that this board has consistently made in keeping learning virtual. Newark and East Orange just today, Bloomfield and Nutley, all very close to West Orange, all considering health as the most important factor. Yet we are scheduled to open our doors while others are first closing theirs or remaining closed. The new strand from England, which has caused a full lockdown in that country through mid-February, is already here. Sadly, it's just not the time to open our doors and begin in-person learning. I can tell you that running a successful classroom requires structure and consistency. Students, especially the youngest, thrive on both, and the West Orange teachers have created that for their students. Students are in the routine of learning virtually and overwhelmingly succeeding. They've become accustomed to the winter virtual schedule, and interrupting that routine and consistency now to enter school buildings when it's not safe would only disturb that routine, require them become accustomed to another routine, and inevitably lose precious learning time. Once we are in the buildings, it is certain there will be closures, causing even further interruption in learning. We are all aware that virtual learning is not the same as in person, and believe me when I say there is nothing I and other West Orange teachers would like more than to be in our classrooms doing what we love to do with our students right in front of us. But this is not the time. We did not create this problem, but we can help control it by keeping learning virtual. Heaven forbid one child, staff, or faculty member contract this deadly virus in a West Orange school building, or bring it home to a family member from an exposure we could have avoided. That would be unforgivable. I pray the board and superintendent continue to make the right decision and put the health and safety and the lives of our very children, staff, families, and entire community first, and keep school virtual until we are vaccinated, until it is actually safe to return. And the social, emotional, and mental well-being of our district has always been one of the major concerns in dealing with this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we were a district in need of healing, and that had begun. Risking lives now when the pandemic is worse than it has ever been, will not result in healing, but the exact opposite, a further open wound, possibly and probably resulting in unnecessary death. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just muted myself. Amazing. Thank you. Next is Lauren Weinshank. If you can follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, my name is Lauren Weinshank, 6 Curry Lane in West Orange. Again, I would like to thank the board for taking the time to have this important meeting and listening to the community. I keep hearing everyone compare us to Newark, East Orange, Nutley, Bloomfield. What about Livingston, Short Hills, West Essex, and other neighboring towns? I've noticed larger urban districts are closed while smaller, more affluent districts are open. I think this is an important thing to note. My sister-in-law lives in Bergen County, and her district, where she is a principal, just went to 5 days a week. Where her children go to school also just went to 5 days a week. If it's safe for other districts, how come it's continually being told it's not safe for us? On the topic of not wanting to risk our lives, I see many people, some school personnel, engaging in activities that would be deemed unsafe, but in a school, masked is safe. Going on vacation, large family gatherings, big family parties, as well as dinners, etc. There have been many instances where COVID has spread among school personnel, not necessarily in this district, outside of school. Other places are open, private schools, daycares. On the topic of vaccination, it's an interesting point. I myself am vaccinated. I work at a hospital. I received the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. You are not fully vaccinated or immune from both vaccines until a period of time after your second dose. That will push us back at least till April or May, assuming everybody gets vaccinated and everyone wants to be vaccinated. On the topic of sports, sports have allowed to reopen. If our kids can play sports, why can't they be in school? I do agree that testing would be very, very helpful within the school system. And while we don't have the budget right now, possibly in the future, I know many private schools do this and it's been very, very helpful. I also wonder how many people were, saying our kids should be home, but you see how other districts are thriving. My children need to be in school. They want to be in school. Neighboring towns are in school. Private schools are in session. I think this is really important. I do think we should return to a hybrid model. I think we should be safe. We should be masked. We should maintain social distancing, but the kids need to be in school. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Next, we have Aaron Kesselman. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, thank you. This is Rebecca Moses, Aaron's wife at 1 Galloway Court. And I also appreciate you having this meeting. I appreciate all of the comments from the teachers about their concern for their safety. I have a couple of questions. It sounds like during these colder months, it's being made to be as unpleasant as possible in the classrooms between the cold and the potential for breaking equipment. I really agree with the previous speaker that I want my kids back in school. My daughter is bored to tears and not learning currently. It's better than nothing, but only just. And that is no fault of her teachers. Her teacher is working extremely hard. But I'm wondering if, given just how unpleasant this is likely to be, especially during these colder months, if there is discussion about putting this off at least until March, when potentially the temperatures are a little warmer and the kids aren't going to be sitting there freezing and therefore not focusing on what they're learning in class. I also really agree with the choir teacher who spoke. I'm a professional musician by trade, and the inability to do his job means that there's really no point in having kids go to those particular kinds of classes. The resumption of sports is also very disappointing. If kids can go to sports practices, they should be in class, or we should not have them in sports. If one is unsafe, so is the other. To the point of the daily survey, my son is in-person preschool currently. Every single day we use an app to answer those questions, and he is not allowed in the building until that is checked off with his teacher. If I don't fill it out, he doesn't go. It is absolutely doable by parents. Lastly, with the addition of the in-person learning with the at-home learning, I'm concerned about the tech support. My daughter's Chromebook freezes at least 5 times a day still, and yes, we've been in touch with the tech department. So I'm concerned that the addition of more technology is only going to make things harder for our students, not easier. Thank you very much for all of your consideration.
Thank you. And David Leach, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is David Leach. I'm the computer science teacher at West Orange High School. I also live in Jersey City, which was just recently announced as remote until after marking period 3. But I kind of just want to stick to the numbers. So I was looking up the numbers of the dates mentioned prior, and I looked it up for Essex County and the state. And if you check the November 10th date for Essex County, there were 342 new cases, and statewide there were 2,515 new cases. And for Essex County today, it's slightly higher, actually, and it's 382 average cases. And statewide, there's 4,783 average cases. So the cases today are higher than when we last said, we were going to close. So I just wanted to know the logic. I mean, I didn't understand what metric we're going on too much. I'm sure if you look hard enough, you could find a metric that justifies anything. But the raw case data definitely says we are worse off now than we were then. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the last time I was surveyed about this was on August 12th. And I think that's when the teachers' surveys went around. That's when the parent surveys went around too. I don't know if there were other surveys taken since then, but I think a survey would be a good idea. Maybe get the pulse of the entire town and staff at the schools, and I guess with the things like we have the UK variant now, we have it's a lot colder now, and there's a vaccine on the horizon, and the situation that we're in now versus taking the original survey is much different. Like there's different things on the horizon, and I think the results could be vastly different than when we took the original survey. And I mean, even when we took the original survey, I actually ran those numbers too. Statewide, there were only 373 new cases, and countywide, Essex County, there were 28 new cases, or 28 average new cases. So, so I do think maybe we could, take an additional survey, everybody, and kind of get the pulse of the town and feel what we're thinking before opening up. I mean, not just me, but teachers, but I think the parents, even the students could possibly be surveyed, and we could find out what everybody really thinks about this before just opening up. Anyway, that's it. Congratulations and welcome to the new board of 2021. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Scales, I know this is kind of against our standard practice, but may I just kind of jump in here and just address the metrics question, because I just kind of feel like I want to correct the record on that before we go any further. I know that there have been some numbers shared that have been that are promulgated by national organizations and national clearinghouses, and I'm hearing some data, county level data being presented. Let me just kind of reiterate that the data that I'm referencing is data that comes, daily data, weekly data, that is coming directly from our local Department of Health, our local Department of Office of Emergency Management, and the County Department of Health. And so when you look at county numbers, I think that it's important to realize that, for example, of the 535 case changes over the course of the last 2 weeks, 280 of those were in Newark. And so when you're in a county with Newark and 50% of the case change comes from one place, I think that has to be taken into consideration. When you look at West Orange, for example, and I get a weekly situational report, a daily situational report from the Office of Emergency Management that gives us the daily changes. I'm looking at the county sit rep, which actually just came in minutes ago, and the cases in West Orange are actually down 10 from the last time. And when we look at the daily cases, and I look at them every week, the daily cases in West Orange today versus where we were in November is actually 11 or 12 lower than it was. And having looked at those daily totals, I can tell you that they've sort of fluctuated around 100. There's been times when they've gone below 100. Prior to Thanksgiving, we were slightly below 100. Since Thanksgiving, we've been above. And here we are, basically 10 days or so from the Christmas holiday, and we haven't. Not only have we not seen a spike since Christmas, we've actually seen a decrease. But that being said, I mean, we will certainly continue to monitor those cases. But what the metric which I showed during my presentation and the county graphic, I'm certainly not going to show a graphic or put metrics out there in public and stand behind, which I feel are disingenuous or represent misinformation. I mean, they're honest, genuine metrics, and they're local metrics from local and county Department of Health experts. So I just felt that it was important at this juncture, as there's been several comments about that and various statistics put out there to clarify that for the record. Thank you, Ms. Strix-Gals.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ritter, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Shari Ritter. I am a reading specialist in Mount Pleasant School. I've been there for 20 years, an educator for 28 years. So we began in September, led by Dr. Cascone, with several deep cleansing breaths as we set sail on this uncharted course. And we provided our students with the best possible instructions under conditions never before seen in our lives. At this time, I'd like to use this platform to publicly acknowledge and express my sincere appreciation to this administration for leading and putting the safety of the instructional staff and our students first since March, for addressing our PD needs in the form of technology training and the personnel necessary to support the steep learning curve for supervisors who compacted curriculum to better suit our virtual reality and constrictions, for thermal scanners, air purifiers, updated ventilation systems. Thank you. Currently, every morning I support instruction for 19 precious first graders. The other day, it occurred to me that these children have spent more time learning virtually than in person. Today, during our morning meeting conversation, when asked what the highlight of their week so far has been, most, if not all of them, said that the best part of their week was picking up supplies from their teacher, Miss Brown, and me 2 days ago. That broke my heart. True. So I'm ready to take another deep breath and move forward on January 19th. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And Molly Eisen, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, always have to mute, then unmute again. Very weird. Anyway, Molly Eisen, I'm a teacher at Edison Middle School. And first, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and a healthy new year. May this year be better than the last. I also want to give a shout out to all the library media specialists in the district. They are absolute rock stars. And I know when I tell my students that Miss Bochise is coming in to the classroom to share resources with us or any of her infinite wisdom, it's like a celebrity has shown up. And she really has achieved rock star status with myself and my students. So library media specialists, I don't know what we do without you right now. So to begin my spiel, along with so many others, I've been immensely grateful that the decisions to keep the West Orange schools closed have been based on science. The correct and safe decision to delay in-person instruction has been made twice already. While the pressure to open for in-person instruction is understandable, and I am truly empathetic to those who are pushing this course of action, I also believe that sending all staff back into the buildings on the 19th is a disaster waiting to happen. Just today, New Jersey reached a record number of new cases. We are in the thick of this wave of the pandemic, and we have not even hit the apex of the post-holiday surge. It's only going to get worse. School personnel are included in the next group to be vaccinated, a process that will hopefully begin in the next few weeks. We are so close to being in a place where teachers can return to school without the anxiety of becoming ill ourselves and making others sick from this horrible, indiscriminate virus. Give us the opportunity to get the best defense in keeping our students, coworkers, loved ones, and ourselves safe. Do not jump in yet, please. We are so close to being able to do so safely and responsibly. Thank you for making the hard decisions during these unprecedented times. We are grateful for your leadership and knowing that decisions about health and safety are being made based on science and guidance from medical professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Russell. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, thank you.
Hi, Kristen Russell, 53 Lawrence Avenue. First of all, welcome to Ms. Huerta and congratulations on your new board positions. I just want to say, you know, I've heard a lot of the teachers and I get it and I hear it. I have personally been in person with students since we were allowed to in July. And I help run over 40 schools that have been open, most of them completely 5 days a week since September, with very, very, very few closures. And what I will say the big difference is they don't have this needlepoint air filtration technology. They don't have half of the things that I don't fully understand, but that were talked about today, that make it really sound to me like our schools are probably the safest places that are indoors in this town. So I do want to thank, you know, Dr. Cascone and the board for doing all of those things. And it seems like you really have thought of, you know, when things do break, are there going to be alternate locations? And all of those things are things that I know sometimes get overlooked, but it seems like they haven't. So I do feel like you have really kind of thought of a lot of things, and this presentation today made me feel a lot better with a lot of those things. So I do want to say that. So thank you. You know, and I understand teachers' concerns. I understand everybody's concerns, but I do think that myself as a parent who has children who really are struggling, especially my special needs son, that I have personally spent tens of thousands of dollars with our own private therapies to help him just get through this time. We need to have an option to be more in person in some capacity. So thank you for all you have done thus far. You know, as I've said before, if there's anything I can do to help, please reach out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bonnie Pomeroy. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Pomeroy. I am a teacher at Edison Middle School. Congratulations to Ms. Huerta on your new board position. Welcome. And congratulations to the new board president, Ms. Trigg Scales, and the new vice president, Ms. Tunnicliffe. I appreciate all the hard work that the board does to run our schools. And I hope you all had a wonderful winter vacation and wish you and your families good health and happiness. I respect the leadership of the board and Dr. Cascone and trust that you will put everyone's safety first. We are currently approaching the peak of the pandemic. Yesterday, 3,964 people died of COVID in our nation. As of today, more than 364,000 people have died in the United States since the pandemic began. According to the New Jersey COVID-19 Information Hub today, at the official site of the state of New Jersey, as of today, there have been 542 new confirmed cases of COVID in Essex County. And as of today, Essex County has had 2,167 people die of COVID, as well as 255 probable deaths. I would hope and pray that the people of our school community will not join those numbers. We all want to go back to school, but we must consider safety and the lives of our children and school community first. Remote learning has been going amazingly well. Hardworking teachers have learned new technology and inventive new ways to keep the students engaged. The librarian's presentation tonight is a shining example of that. Now we are oh so close to getting everyone vaccinated. Teachers are next in line. Why would we rush a return to school in the middle of a peak in the pandemic, risking everyone's lives when safety is so close at hand? Nutley and Bloomfield have apparently decided that they are within the governor's directive when they made the decision to stay remote for a while longer while the pandemic peaks. Nutley is having their school community return in March and will require all students and staff to be COVID tested by the district prior to return. A similar system for district COVID testing of students and staff would be a wonderful idea for West Orange in order to keep our school communities safe. Bloomfield is postponing their reopening indefinitely. These neighboring districts have taken these actions knowing the governor's directive. I think West Orange would be wise to act in a similar manner to that of our districts nearby. I would like to thank the board and Dr. Cascone for all their hard work and dedication throughout this pandemic. I deeply appreciate their efforts to make the school physical environment safe for us. Let's continue that dedication to safety and delay a return to in-person schooling until the school community has had an opportunity to be vaccinated and the peak of the pandemic has subsided. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Aporta. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello, good evening. Dr. Gascon, board members. My name is Jesse Aporta, 6 Carter Road. I'm also a teacher at West Orange High School in the English department, and I graduated from West Orange High School in 2001. I want to thank you for your support and the difficult decisions that you have made over the past year. It has undoubtedly proven to be an exceptionally challenging time, to say the least. I do want to comment on this plan to move to the hybrid model and the shift when, according to the experts, this is the deadliest anticipated period of the pandemic. I want to emphasize that today alone, of the 19 confirmed reported cases in West Orange, 8 are of school-aged individuals. Dr. Cascone has made mention of the fact that we, as a town, are categorized as a moderate risk. And undoubtedly, the decision to keep the buildings closed to in-person instruction and maintain our current virtual environment thus far has greatly contributed to why we are only in a moderate risk rate. So we are left to ask ourselves, what impact opening the town's largest vector points, the public school buildings, would do to the overall spread of the virus in our community? The decisions you have made are obviously working to help flatten the curve in our community and combat the spread of the virus. Shifting to a hybrid model now, prior to vaccinations being had, or at least a national reduction in the shift of the virus's trends, seems counterintuitive. We must ask ourselves, when other districts in the county, similar in size and population, demographically speaking, like Bloomfield, have postponed to return to any in-person instruction and maintain virtual learning, why are we so set on shifting our model now? So when some residents called to reopen schools, we would be wise to understand that while our taxes and our home prices may invite us to draw comparisons with Livingston and more affluent communities, This virus does not care what we pay in taxes, nor does it care how much our homes sell for. Therefore, it is important to recognize that our schools are far closer in comparison to towns like Bloomfield and Nutley. And many of these other districts that have remained virtual have demographics very similar to West Orange. And this situation is not ideal by any means. I want to emphasize that I truly want to be with my students. I would love to be able to see the smiles on their faces in person, sit with my students at lunch who need extra help, and even repeatedly ask my students to put away their cell phones because they think I can't see that they are checking their phones instead of doing their work. Unfortunately, now is not the time to return to the classroom setting in any capacity. As a parent of 2 young children, I empathize with everyone facing these challenges. I know what so many parents are facing. I know that managing your job, your spouse's job, the demands of childcare, online schooling, and all the other demands during the 7 to 3 hours during the day, I understand that many parents want their children in school. But it's important to know that merely attending a building 2 days every 2 weeks in a hybrid model, which disrupts the consistency of instruction, is not worth the risk to the health of anyone in this community. When running a marathon, you don't quit in the 25th mile. We have come this far. You have made the right decisions to keep our students, the staff, and the community safe thus far. We are at moderate risk because of the bravery and the correct decisions you have made thus far.
Thank you.
You've done the right thing. Please
Thank you.
continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cascone?
Yeah, I think we're just going to take, we've been at it here for a little over 3 hours. If you'll allow, we're going to take a short break, 10 minutes tops, and then we'll return and look forward to hearing the other speakers. So we appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to get back into the swing of things here. Cami Silo, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen. Cami, if you're there.
Yep, sorry.
Okay, no problem. You're all set. We could just your name and title
Yep.
for the record.
You got it. Cami Silo, 27 Clover, special education teacher, West Orange High School. First, I would like to congratulate and welcome Melinda Huerta to our West Orange family. Next, I want to thank our administration for helping to keep us safe and healthy by maintaining the virtual learning platform thus far. For the continued health and safety of everyone in our West Orange community, including ourselves and our loved ones, it is absolutely paramount that we remain 100% virtual for a while longer. Here are some important points. The number of positive cases and fatalities across the board, including New Jersey and Essex County, has risen since the last time we were here talking about remaining remote to save lives. Today, according to covidactnow.org/US, Essex County, and I'm quoting directly from the site, is either actively experiencing an outbreak or is at extreme risk. COVID cases are exponentially growing and/or Essex County's COVID preparedness is significantly below international standards. One would assume that since these numbers are up, we would still have the support of local health officials to stay remote to keep it safe. Although steps have been taken to improve the air quality in many of our buildings, there are many rooms and areas that appear to still need to be addressed. In addition, much of the machinery needed to run these new purifiers is outdated and does not allow air filtration to meet ASHRAE standards. And there's no peer-reviewed studies proving the efficacy of the new technologies that have been installed. After keeping us safe and alive for this long, it seems counterintuitive to send us all back now when the vaccine will be available in the coming weeks. There is a light at the end of the tunnel now, so we should wait until we have been vaccinated and it is safe for us to return. Recently, Patterson and Jefferson, Jersey City, have delayed in-person instruction. Now, Newark, East Orange, Bloomfield, Kearney, and Nutley are delaying in-person instruction until vaccinations take place and it is safe to return. As proven in other districts across the country that have tried in the previous months, the hybrid model leads to major disruptions to instruction as there are inevitably shutdowns due to positive COVID cases. Even with a fraction of the bodies that have been in and out of our buildings, there have been shutdowns due to positive cases in just about every building within our district. Furthermore, the consensus from my colleagues over the past couple of weeks is that the majority of high school students, at least, will remain remote and will be in a room with a few students teaching largely to those at home on computers. None of this is worth the risk of our health and safety. Please, as a member of the West Orange family, I'm urging you to make this decision with our health and safety in mind, first and foremost. We want to live above everything else. Thank you for letting me speak, and please stay safe, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Nicole Rufo. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Yes, hello. Nicole Rufo for Overlook Avenue. I first want to congratulate President Trix Scales and Vice President Tunnicliffe and our newest Board of Ed member, Miss Melinda Huerta. The representation on this new board is so important, and I hope that it encourages community members to run for future Board of Ed elections and serve our community. The more representation of our amazing, diverse community, the better. I also just want to give a shout out to the librarians for their incredible presentation. Just like Miss Huerta, I also love Beauty and the Beast because of the book. So I actually wish this entire meeting was about librarians, but unfortunately. So on to the topic of the night. As a parent and former teacher, I am really here to advocate for the safe return of in-person learning. But in order for our teachers and staff to feel safe, we must offer them the vaccination before they return. Teachers are in Group 1B for frontline essential workers, which according to the state, 1B started January 7th, which is today. I know that it's not officially happening for teachers yet. Police and firefighters are first before them in this group, but we have waited this long, and I think that we can wait another month or two to ensure that our teachers and staff get a chance to be vaccinated. I have 4 children in virtual school, and I know how difficult this is for all of us. But I do believe that my hardships with virtual learning do not compare to the health of our community members. And if we truly value our staff, we will ensure a safe return for all of them. I also have a little concern about the mask issue that I think that has not been solved, and I don't think everyone realizes that when the teachers are teaching virtually and hybrid, they will be wearing a mask in the classroom at all times. So that means that our students will no longer be seeing teachers' faces. I understand that teachers were given a mask that had some kind of a clear window of plastic, but that does not seem like it would work with fogging and just the comfort of wearing plastic in front of your mouth. So not only is it the safety of the vaccine, which I think is most important, but also the fact that no one will see unmasked teachers once we go hybrid. Also, the mayor's numbers seem different than the one that we were given today. So I'm just confused about that. And then also, there were some callers who talked about districts that are thriving right now. And I honestly cannot tell of any district that is thriving, especially in the teacher's position. I have teachers who are teaching hybrid and are having the most difficult time of their life. And I just can't imagine that any district is thriving right now. Also, the comparison to daycares and private schools that are for-profit institutions and serving customers is just not a good comparison. The childcare one is especially insulting for teachers. So thank you so much, and I hope you consider all of this. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, it's just listed as Rachel on the Zoom. So if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. This is Rachel Keene of 22 Schmidt Road. And hold on, I have to find what I wrote for you tonight. So I'm kind of calling from a different perspective. My son is in preschool right now, and I've been following the situation in West Orange since the summertime. Oddly enough, now wondering if I'll even be able to enroll my son full-time in kindergarten in September. I just want to voice my support for the hybrid plan. at the end of January. I think it makes sense from a holistic perspective to have the children who are probably having the hardest time with virtual school come in first, and to phase in children 1 week at a time. I think that's a great idea. You know, we don't know what is going to happen, but the Academy of American Pediatrics published Tuesday that schools do not contribute to community spread. Infectious disease doctors like Anthony Fauci have said that schools are safe. It's suspected that children under age 10 do not transmit COVID-19 the way adults do, and that they're half as likely to become infected with COVID-19. So for that reason, I strongly support elementary school students who, like I said, are probably at most risk of falling behind in their learning, returning to the classroom as much as possible to see their friends and their teachers. I just want to add that my son has been in preschool since June. It's been 7 months. I was scared to send him and my baby back in June. I tried to secure childcare at home and it fell through several times. There was one case of COVID-19 in the building and there was no transmission. The children wear their masks, they wash their hands. But I think the most important thing is that we subscribe to a social contract when we sign up our kids to go to school. We make a promise to each other, we're going to keep you safe. This is what we're going to do. I don't see my parents, you know, I don't want to give my parents COVID-19 by being an asymptomatic carrier. And we play outside a lot, and we keep life really small because my kids are in school. In school makes my son so happy. And it's so important that these little kids get, you know, some socialization and learning how to read and just building the basic blocks and the foundations of learning for the rest of their lives. It's so important. So I totally empathize with teachers being nervous and afraid, and I empathize with how hard hybrid teaching is, but just think there's a light coming at the end of the tunnel and you're making such a difference in those children's lives. So I really hope that it's worth it to just give it a shot. That's all.
Hey, thank you. Next, we have Jody Costanza. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me, Cookie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jody Costanza. I'm a science teacher at West Orange High School. So good evening. I would like to start by welcoming our newest board member, Melinda Huerta. I would also like to congratulate Ms. Trigg Scales and Ms. Tunnicliffe on their elected roles of president and vice president. I also want to thank Dr. Cascone, Mr. Mendez, and the rest of the Board of Education for all of their hard work and dedication that you've put into making this school year a successful one. You have taken the approach of keeping the staff, students, and community safe from this terrible pandemic that we are currently facing. There have been bumps along the road. However, I applaud you all for listening to the parents, teachers, community members, and students. I wanted to express some concerns I still have regarding our return to school. I am concerned for the safety of myself, my colleagues, my students, their families, as well as my own family, who I will have to come home to and put them at risk, even with their underlying health conditions. One of my biggest concerns is the lack of outside air coming into my room, not just my room specifically, but I work in the newer turn-off wing, which has a centralized air conditioning system. And we now know that turn-off's HVAC cannot be forced to run 24/7 like other heating systems in the building. So if the room thermostat does not demand heat, then there is no fresh air coming in through the system. We also know that the needlepoint bipolar ionization that is supplementing the filtration can only work if there is a constant airflow pushing ions into our rooms. So if there's no call for heat coming from the thermostat, then not only will I not get a fresh air exchange in my room, there will also be no air moving through the filter and no ions entering my room to kill the virus. During this trying time, there is a light at the end of the tunnel that could make the situation better in just a short time. I'm here to ask tonight to ask you to please consider extending the virtual learning until phase 1B is underway. By extending virtual learning, it will allow district employees and our students, our older students, whom many are employed and fall under the 1A or 1B category, to get vaccinated if they choose to do so. The world is also dealing with this new strain of COVID, and while there have not been any reported cases in New Jersey, there is belief that the strain is already in New Jersey. While doctors say that the death rate is not any higher than the original strain, the virus spreads much more easily than the original virus. While we also have been hearing that the recovery rate is high, the effects after recovery can also be very damaging, from psychological concerns, heart issues, respiratory issues, sensory concerns, and even death. I want to get back to my classroom and do the job I love to do every day, but only when it is safe, and that means being vaccinated. I have transformed my way of teaching this year to try and keep my students engaged. We have already come this far in taking the death of our community members and district staff as our top priority. Why at this point would we want to have to open and close district schools due to the spread of the virus within schools? Please consider, as some other local schools have, to wait until inoculation of those who choose, so we can continue to keep our community, students, staff, and their extended families safe. Thank you for your time, and please continue for you and your families to all be safe.
Hey, thank you. Allison Ulrich, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge.
Allison, I'm sorry, could we just have your name and address for the record?
Yeah, 1 Franklin Terrace.
Okay, thank you.
So I had something that I prepared, which I'll read to follow. But I would like to first start by saying that as a parent spending 3 hours on this Zoom and feeling that there's a concerted effort on behalf of the teachers in my district to not come back to school feels very, very challenging. And I say that as a teacher myself, who not only have I taught virtually as I see my children being taught currently, but I've also been in person since the beginning of this year. What I've heard for the last hour and a half is a concerted effort on behalf of the teachers to what appears to be stonewall our ability as a district to return to a hybrid model. And so with that being said, it is my fervent hope that West Orange delivers on its promise to students and families and begins the hybrid model as promised and as planned. And I am very aware of the ongoing nature of this pandemic. I am also very aware of all of the research that supports and encourages the safe return of children to the classroom. I would also underscore the need for a district like West Orange to be a model for other areas. There are so many children suffering during this time, and the decision to keep the schools closed exacerbates and extends the achievement gap. All children and families in West Orange deserve the option to attend school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is just labeled as Elizabeth. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi, this is Elizabeth Kelleher. I'm a math teacher at the high school. I first just want to say thank you to the board and Dr. Cascone for all your hard work that you have done, and also keeping the health and safety of students and staff at the forefront during this pandemic. And I'm speaking tonight to ask you to continue to keep that in mind with the vaccine coming, and ensuring that we can all return safely to our schools. Today, New Jersey saw record rates of COVID cases. Essex County is in the red zone. West Orange had 19 cases today. Dr. Fauci is saying the worst is yet to come. So I really ask that you follow the lead of other school districts here in Essex County. There have been a number of them mentioned tonight that are postponing us returning to school, and keeping the health and safety of students and staff at the forefront. I just want to say I miss seeing my students. They are the highlight of my day, seeing their beautiful faces every day over Zoom, working hard, persevering through this pandemic, doing the best that they can, is the highlight of my day. But to return to a hybrid model is not the traditional school. I'll see my students once every 2 weeks. I'll have a quarter of my students in the classroom, and I'll have 3/4 virtually. When we were in there in the school in November to be trained, it was really for the technology setup. I'll have a laptop in front of me. I'll have desktop feet away from me, trying to maintain social distancing. Not sure how that's all going to really work. I have heard concerns about it, but again, I just think putting this health and safety of students and staff at the forefront is really important. And I ask you to continue and keep us virtual and postpone us from returning. Thank you so much. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Buckley. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, hi, Kim Buckley, 10 Penford Road. I'm also a teacher at the high school. First, thank you to the superintendent, board members, and others for your dedication to safety during this unprecedented time. I am speaking out because I am more afraid now than any time during this pandemic. The situation is worse, not better, yet here we are again pleading for common sense to prevail. I resent any suggestion that teachers do not want to return to school. We are educators. Our passion is teaching students in classrooms. But that won't happen because most of our kids have opted out. Their parents are afraid too. So instead, we will continue virtual instruction, except it will be from behind a mask. The numbers in West Orange are not decreasing, and it's unfair to compare us to surrounding districts with much different demographics. According to our township, up until today, we've had 104 new cases this week alone. Last week's positivity rate was 13.1%, and this website still posts this week as 15.2%. Of today's 19 cases, many are school age. I thought the recommendation from our health experts was to reach a sustained positivity rate below 10%. It was my understanding this was being closely monitored to determine when we could safely pivot. The window to try has closed. Even this past Monday during his COVID-19 address, Governor Murphy said the number of districts switching to all remote is increasing. So why are we moving backwards? We should also not compare ourselves to private schools unless we're ready to follow their protocols. As was quoted in Sunday Star Ledger, Carol Everett, executive director of the New Jersey Association of Independent Schools, said, in-school testing is common among our members. Our district taking temperatures is not on par with the testing taking place in private schools. It is also very easy to talk about working from one's office where there is limited exposure to others. It is entirely different to put students and staff in a revolving door classroom with exposure to countless people for hours. This is an apples to oranges comparison. The virus is worse now than any time since last spring, and a more contagious variant is on our doorstep. The good news is the light at the end of the tunnel is getting brighter. The vaccine is here. So why would we even entertain the idea of risking the safety and, quite frankly, the lives of our students, teachers, and staff when we are in the home stretch? Do the right thing and control what you can. Keep this community as safe as possible until we round the corner. We're almost there. Thank you, and best wishes for a healthy and a safe new year.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Madla Studnicki. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Jennifer Studnicki, and I have been a teacher in West Orange School District for 19 years. I would like to thank the board and Dr. Cascone for their time to listen, and I would like to congratulate Ms. Huerta for her new position on the board, and Ms. Trigg Scales and Ms. Tunnicliffe for their positions. All the best to you, and I'm sure you will all do what's best for the schools of West Orange. I'm not going to sit here today and belabor you with the statistics about the virus. We all know how dangerous and deadly it is. As I said before, I have been a teacher in town for 19 years, starting at Edison when it was still 678. Since that time, I've seen a lot of change, but one thing has not changed. One thing that has not changed is the diversity and the support and the love that people have for one another. And where I saw this the most was in the schools. I loved walking down the hallway, dead tired, and hear the kids greet me good morning at the top of their lungs to wake me up and make me laugh. I loved spending my lunch breaks in my classroom filled with students whose only thing they had in common was having me as their teacher. And it was through that chance commonality they were able to forge new friendships. But the scene that best depicted West Orange schools was standing in the lunchroom, looking at the students and observing their genuine and perfect coexistence, as the world should be. So to say I miss my job would be an understatement. This is why we need to preserve the sanctity the students of West Orange holds. But one way this will not happen is if we send them back to school too early. While there are those in favor of a quick return, that return will be far from normal. Students will be separated from one another, physically and through cohorts. Their ways of interaction will be gone. They won't be able to sit where they want or go where they want. Rules and requirements will be forced upon them for safety, and that place where they once felt at ease and safe will be replaced with a somber and distant existence, not by choice, but by necessity. Pair that with the damaging health implications because walking out of their house immediately makes them more susceptible. And I can't understand why that is the best case scenario right now. For many students, socialization is just as important as their education. But that ability to socialize, to engage with their friends and their teachers in ways that best expresses them is gone. And that is when we lose what makes this town so great. The argument has always been our students need to be in school to learn. But realistically, how much learning will happen when a child or children or a whole class gets sick for weeks on end because they contract COVID? How much learning will occur when a teacher or teachers are too sick to instruct? I also don't think Bloomfield, Newark, Nutley, Patterson, and Jersey City have made their choice to extend their virtual instruction to hinder learning, but rather to preserve life. Because as the data indicates, minorities are disproportionately affected by COVID-19, myself included, which means before we compare our public school demographics to Livingston, Millburn, Glen Ridge, Roseland, or Essex Fells, we need to be mindful about the public school demographics of West Orange and nothing else, because it is their health and safety we are responsible for protecting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stacy Mazzola. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Mazzola. I'm a teacher at Liberty. I've been there since it opened, and I was at Roosevelt for a year before that. First, I'd like to personally thank the board and Dr. Cascone for making the health and well-being of our school community their top priority. Even with all the pressure and different voices that they've had to face, they've looked at the facts and erred on the side of safety, and for that, I am very grateful. While it is not how we would prefer to deliver instruction, at least our students have had the consistency and routine in this difficult time. I have many friends and family members that teach in other districts and whose children go to school in other districts, including my own, where their boards and superintendent have not been so careful, therefore leading to schools being open, then closed for a time due to outbreaks, open again, etc., creating even more unrest in this already turbulent time. In contrast, West Orange is focused on continuing to deliver quality, creative, rigorous instruction while at the same time being sensitive to our students' situations and needs. We just saw the amazing work our library media specialists are doing. They're incredible, and that's just a snapshot of everything else that's going on in this district right now. This has not been a sprint, this has been a marathon. We have come so far and we are in the final stretch. I am just asking for a bit more patience. Why be so safe all this time just to send everyone back into the classroom, especially now when a new, more contagious strain has been confirmed and a vaccine is just around the corner? Today's record-breaking 6,314 new cases is alarming, and the post-holiday surge is likely still to come. Nearby towns such as Bloomfield and Nutley have recently decided to stay closed and are likely to do so until the vaccine is attainable. School employees are next in line to be able to get vaccinated. I'm not naive to think that every school employee will decide to get the vaccine, but at least they should have the chance to make the choice, just like parents want the choice to send their kids to school or not. The more people who are vaccinated, the less likely the virus is to spread. The vaccine isn't just about protecting the teachers, the staff, and their families. It's about protecting our students and their families as well. We should also think of the students of those teachers who must take medical leave because they are immune compromised. If those teachers are given the opportunity to get vaccinated before schools reopen, they would be able to come to work and not interrupt the learning flow for their students by putting a substitute in their place. Life has been hard enough for our kids, so let them get the chance to remain with the teachers that have stood by them during this time. Vaccinations for people who work in schools are so close. Please let's continue to listen to reason, hear the facts, and be patient for the safety of all of our school community members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Phyllis Flitt. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen. Hi, are you there? Phyllis Flitt, I saw that you unmuted. If you can mute yourself and re-unmute yourself. Okay, I'm just going to mute you. We can't hear you. I'm going to come right back to you. Next, we have Donna P. If you can follow the prompt on your screen.
Thank you. Could everyone hear me?
Yes,
Good
thank
evening.
you.
I just want to point out what time it is, being 11:10 p.m. and the meeting starting at 7:30. This is my first exposure to the West Orange School District.
Donna, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
I actually am. Okay, Donna Plantier, 70 Roosevelt Avenue. This is my first exposure to the West Orange public school system. My daughter's a kindergartner, and I wanted to talk about her and our situation as well. Number one, I'm an essential worker. I actually work for the government in Essex County. And I was looking forward to my daughter being in person in school. And I'm very concerned with everything that I've heard in the past hour and a half. To say the least, my daughter is struggling at school. My daughter has looked forward to seeing her classmates. She has difficulty with going on the laptop to do school. And as much as we love her teacher, I'm at a point now in hearing hearing the teachers speaking about their issues in going back to school, that I'm starting to wonder, what exactly should we do for our daughter? Because her needs need to be met. And it appears that if I'm having difficulty or my husband is having difficulty in working during the workday, we can't also oversee what she's doing. We actually had to go someplace for supervision in seeing how she was doing in school. And it seems like they're not supervising her as well. And we've gotten complaints from her teacher about her. I'm saying all this and saying that I wanted to commend the superintendent and the Board of Education with the fact of possibly doing hybrid. But quite frankly, if hybrid doesn't happen in the next couple of weeks, as a family, we have to figure out what we're going to do. We understand that there's disparities in West Orange regarding how kids are being, how the school is being, how they're learning. But I'm just wanting to talk for someone who has a kindergartner who needs attention, needs to know that someone could look at what she's doing, and if she needs extra help, could help her. And as I said, after hearing what's going on, I understand the concerns that some of these teachers have, but quite frankly, as an essential worker, I've had to go to work. And I'm really saddened right now because I don't know what to think about school in the next couple of weeks, if not months, for her. And I'm concerned about whether her needs are really being met, if she's going to be left behind, if she's doing what she needs to do. And I don't think I'm alone in speaking that. But I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity of letting me speak. I like to also thank the fact that you guys have been on this call this whole time, hearing us and hearing our concerns.
Okay, thank you. We're going to try again with Phyllis Flitt. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. It's Felice Follett.
Felice, sorry about that.
That's okay. 55 Boland Drive. Good evening and almost good morning. I have to start by saying that I'm very discouraged and disappointed hearing from so many teachers. It's not a good representation of what this community wants or needs. I do respect the teachers, and I really do, and I understand their concerns, but our children need to be back in school. I'm a parent, I have a middle schooler and a high schooler, and they are not thriving. The teachers that think our children are thriving, they're wrong. Our children need to see people, even if it's just their eyes, they need physical interaction. There are local school districts that are extending their virtual models, and I understand that. But there are also local schools that have been open since September, and if not October, then November, and they're still open and they are thriving. And the parents of my friends that are parents in those school districts, they said that their kids are loving being back in school, seeing their teachers, meeting their teachers. Both of my children are started new schools this year and they've never been inside the buildings. And it's very disappointing. And I've mentioned at previous Board of Ed meeting, the one where the health, there were health, medical teams. There's no data showing that the virus is actually spreading in the schools. The medical teams actually said that. The virus is spreading outside the schools, not inside the schools. The shutdowns that have occurred are because of exposure outside of the schools. Even in our district that the schools have had to close, it's because people are going out to dinner, because people have gone on vacations, because people are not being socially distant. If they're in school with this multi-million-dollar ventilation system that, thank you, Dr. Cascone, that you authorized that, they're going to be masked. They're going to be in this amazing school district where we have spent the money on the infrastructure. I have so many friends that are teachers in other districts that have spent $0 on ventilation systems, and they're crossing their fingers, and they have been, knock wood, and I'm knocking away, they've been fine because they're wearing masks and they are doing everything socially distant and they're being safe. The AAP says, and I'm quoting, please forgive me, children absolutely need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development, well-being, and, oh, I missed the line. Safety in schools and the community must be a priority. Please listen to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan Hyde. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please. I may have mispronounced your last name.
Sure. Hi. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me. First, thank you to Dr. Gascon.
I'm sorry, Megan. Can we just have your name and address for the record?
Megan Heidi, 42 Gregory Avenue.
Thanks.
So first, thank you, Dr. Gascon and the board and all the teachers who have taken on the challenges of this year. Just a general note, I completely appreciate the perspective of the high school teachers here tonight, but we've really only heard from a handful of elementary teachers, and that's my main concern this evening and this year. Just wondering if there's any information that can be shared outside of this meeting on their views of returning to school. So I have a third grader and a kindergartner in Gregory School, and my family fully supports going back to school this month. I have to say, I will have to respectfully disagree with previous speakers and say that our remote learning experience has not gone amazingly well. Our adventurous, friendly 6-year-old has really struggled with starting her school journey because it just doesn't feel real. While many on this call are sharing their years of experience that exceed 10, 20, and 25 years, this is year 1 for her, just year 1. So it's become increasingly more difficult as the years, as the months have gone by. She's met her teacher face-to-face once. She's never walked the halls, put her things in a desk. She's never heard the morning announcements on the speaker or asked a fellow student to sit next to her at lunch. She's never thrown a ball in gym class or attended an assembly or student performance. She hasn't packed her book bag up for the day or hopped on the bus. And just yesterday, and this is a weekly occurrence, she was in tears because she doesn't feel a connection to her classmates and doesn't have friends. Her classroom and school experience lives within the 4 walls of our dining room and her computer screen. Gregory is basically still her sister's school, my third graders, in her mind, because she is not a part of it, even with all of the care and compassion that her teacher shows her every day. And really, really, she does. She has done the best with what she's been able to do. I completely am a fan of Dr. Fauci, and many have quoted him tonight, but he has also said multiple times that in-person classes should be the default position. My family strongly feels that a return to school, even if limited, will be a welcome reminder that school is still awesome, still meaningful, and most importantly, still safe. Even just a few hours a week in person will provide a significant emotional support that many children are craving in this very chaotic time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Susan Maccabee. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello, this is Susan Maccabee at 2 Mountain Way. You got me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so first I wanted to thank the library and media specialists. I love our school libraries, and I've greatly enjoyed working with several of them on different things. They're amazing, and thank you very much for the presentation. Second, I wanted to express a concern with the return to school plan. Aside from just the school safety. Recently, I read an article titled "The Debate About School Safety is No Longer Relevant." The concern in the article is that even if it was safe to return to school, which, you know, we're debating now, the staffing levels are a problem. The article cites a study from Reuters, a study from a Reuters survey of 217 school districts over 30 states, and half of the districts were having significant staffing issues. Substitute teacher availability was low before COVID and is even lower now. So I am concerned, how are our staffing levels, and how do we think the quarantine requirements are going to affect the number of teachers available in the school for the kids that are in schools, you know? And then, you know, my personal view, I'm able to keep my kids home. I'm not going to send them to school until a wide variety, a majority of people are vaccinated. So that's fine for me. But if we're messing with the teachers this way, then even if we're home, it might be the teacher that's not able to teach either. So it's just a concern. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. And next we have, it's just listed as Sarah. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, yes, it's Sarah During. I'm 47 Oak Ridge Road.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I'm not really sure what else I can say that hasn't already been said, but I'm going to talk anyway, because I've been up this late and I might as well. I support a move to hybrid, but I'm just at the point where I don't believe it will happen. And that makes me really sad. Makes me really sad that my son has been safely and happily in school full time since September, and my daughter likely won't get that chance. Makes me sad that my daughter has the privilege to pod with two wonderful friends, and other West Orange children spend their days isolated from their peers. I feel sad that some students' parents can't help them learn at home, while my child and her podmates have 3 dedicated sets of adults to give them assistance. I'm disappointed that my daughter and her classmates may never get to actually be in class in person with their hardworking teachers. I know teachers personally that are very conflicted. They're scared of the exposure of going back, but they've also admitted to me that they know they have students that are struggling academically and emotionally with being full virtual. And I understand that conflict completely. When I first went back to work in person, I had to go on visits again in people's homes. I had to meet with people that had been doing God knows what regarding COVID precautions and everything else. And at first it was really nerve-wracking, but I kept up with precautions like masking and distancing. And with time, I felt less anxious. And I say all of this to say, I understand the fear, and I'm not asking anyone to do anything I would not also be willing to do. Some jobs are just better done in person. And I'm not asking really for my child. As I noted before, she is really privileged. She pods, she has teachers that are putting in a lot of effort, and she has loving adults around that help her with school. I'm worried about the children who don't have those privileges, and I'm really sad for them because catching up academically can be really difficult. and recovering from the mental health issues children are suffering from right now, that can take a lifetime. I've heard so many people dismissively say and post memes about, oh, the kids will catch up. And to them, I say, yeah, some of them, but not all of them. And I work with individuals who never caught up and they ended up disengaging from school entirely, dropping out and becoming adults that are functionally illiterate. Some children have had experiences during this time of being home 24/7 with no break that they will never recover from. And I think it's unbelievably naive to assume we don't have kids that are at risk like that here in West Orange. I'm going to close by pointing out that all of the school districts in Essex that are majority minority have remained virtual since March, and all of the districts in Essex with majority white students have had the chance to try hybrid. Why is that? Why are our diverse districts once again not getting the same opportunities as other districts? Why are towns right next to us able to try hybrid and we can't? What's different about our students and our families? Why don't our students deserve the same opportunities as students in Livingston, Glen Ridge, Cedar Grove, Essex Fells, Milburn, Fairfield, Verona, the Caldwells, and Roseland? Am I truly hearing from so many teachers that our students deserve less than these districts because we have more Black and brown students? If so many people truly believe that children like mine deserve less than those districts, I don't even know what to say anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kevin Brady. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. So Kevin Brady, 60 Wellington Avenue. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Dr. Cascone for the information you shared earlier. That slide that had the data on it showed what I think many of us suspected already, that the number of cases increased in the fall, they plateaued, and then they remained fairly flat throughout and through today. We can't get back the lost time, but it's great to see that you're staying the course and capitalizing on all the hard work that the district's done so far to prepare for this. I think we continue to see in New Jersey and surrounding areas how school isn't correlated to the increasing or decreasing community spread. It's really shown, if anything, that it's one of the safest places to be in communities that have opened schools. In virtually every district that has opened schools, some since September, some are full-time, 5 days a week. Community spread in the schools is much lower than in the community as a whole. So I'd like to thank everybody on the board, the administration, for the efforts that you've taken so far to make the buildings safer and prepare for a safe return to the classroom, which many districts have already done. A lot has changed since March. I heard a lot of the talking points read earlier by some of the teachers, but I think we're ignoring some of the facts of the current state. Treatment's been better. Even the most severe cases have quicker recoveries. Hospitalization times are much lower. So the most severe cases, I think we're overstating the risk here. Dr. Fauci's repeatedly said that kids need to be back in school. The science supports this, not the opposing view. So I'm glad we're listening to the experts now and we are going back. I heard mention of the UK variant being new. It's not new, it's been around for months. It's been in the United States for months. It's not more dangerous. The UK has even kept their schools open through today for some portion of the students. So I think some of the teachers are mentioning statistics, but leaving out all the facts. And the buildings aren't on fire. They're well prepared. They're equipped for a safe return. HVAC implementation went above and beyond state and CDC guidelines. Our buildings are safer than many districts that have been open. So I really support Dr. Cascone's leadership in moving forward here. Also, I wanted to mention my wife got vaccinated earlier this week. She's a healthcare worker. She'll get her second dose in a few weeks and nothing will change for her. She'll still wear a mask. She'll still socially distance. The vaccine's critical. I urge everybody that's eligible to sign up and get it. It would be fantastic if it continues to gain speed and traction, but it's not going to change anything in 2021. And it might not even change anything in 2022 because we need to reach herd immunity to achieve that. So the vaccine is not the new excuse to not go back. So thank you for your time and thank you for staying committed to this.
Okay, thank you. Alana, that's how it's listed. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, Alana Amaya, 12 Helen Avenue. Sorry, I'm just finding my notes. Good evening, Dr. Cascone, faculty, board members, parents. First of all, I'd just like to thank the teachers and the faculty for everything you've done, and wish you all a happy new year. I have two children in the district in 6th grade and 11th grade. And this is not easy. None of this is easy. This pandemic has been difficult. We are 10 months into it. No one thought we would be here, but here we are. We're dealing with everything from working at home, dealing with small children, which I'm sure is very hard, to having teenagers in the house that really are not thriving because they need to be out and be socializing, and they're stuck at home with their parents all the time. So this is not easy. Had you asked me last spring if I would like my kids to return to school, I would have joyfully said yes and not thought about it again, because it was so bad. The education was not good. Everyone was thrown into it. And I don't, of course, blame anyone, but the effort and the strides that have been made since then, and the incredible progress that the teachers and the faculty have done this fall, have been immeasurable. My kids are thriving with the online education model. It is not easy. They both have some, challenges, but it's not perfect, but it's good enough, as my mom would say. Me, more than anything, I want my kids to return to school, but they need to go back safely. I have known a few people that have passed from COVID-19, and it is a horrible, horrible experience. And I would not want that to happen to either to my children or anyone in my home. And we just have to remain safe now. I know there have been some differing reports, but from what I've seen, we're still in the red zone, which is why similar districts to us, and I'm not including private schools or schools that are actually much smaller than us and don't look like our education does, like our district does, that are back and doing hybrid. But similar schools to us, they're still virtual, and they are prolonging that until there is a vaccine for everyone. I appeal to you, and I think about the students and the teachers and the safety of them. One other point I'd like to make is that, as difficult as this is, hybrid learning is only going to be even more challenging, harder on the teachers and harder on the students that are home, because they're not going to be getting the attention they desperately need. Please, Dr. Cascone, I plead for you to keep us safe, keep the kids learning remotely, and until we are no longer in the red zone and we are safe, we should just stay virtual. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie Bookbinder. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, Julie Bookbinder, 37 Collimore Circle. I have two elementary age children, like some of the other parents who spoke tonight, but not many of the teachers who have spoken. Am I nervous about sending them in for hybrid? Absolutely, but it is time to give it a chance. We owe our kids a chance to go to school. In my family, we have foregone every other activity to preserve the chance to go into school. This cohort hybrid model is not going to be some scary prison system, as some people have tried to make it out to be. Will it look like school looked in 2019? No, it won't. But the children will be in a room together. They will be in the same room as their teacher, who, yes, will be wearing a mask. Everyone will need to wear masks, obviously, for the most safe experience that we can have. But they need to be in the room together. Children are not thriving in this environment. Are they learning? Yes, many of them are. The teachers at Gregory have gone above and beyond, and I can't express the gratitude for the work they're doing. But children still need more than that. My children beg to come along when we go to pick up materials, because it's the only time that they see their teacher not in a screen. Children can't learn things like communal study skills on a screen. They don't have the social cues, like when it's time to pack up, when it's time to neaten things up. There's also no evidence that schools are a large vector, as someone pointed out earlier, I think from the talking points. It is simply time to give this a try for the children of West Orange. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Laura Nosner. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Laura Nessner, 504 Eagle Rock Avenue. Hi. We good? Okay.
Oh yeah, you're good.
So first off, I want to say that I was very supportive in September when we decided to stay virtual. The ventilation system being a problem made sense to me, that I understood that. I supported it, and I even defended it to other people that were against that reasoning. In November, I was very upset because my child, unlike what a lot of the teachers are saying, my child is not thriving. She is a second grader, and she gets easily distracted when the cat walks by or her little sister walks by. She's a very bright girl, so I'm not worried about her academically. However, that's an issue. She's losing her attention to things that she shouldn't be losing her attention to. And if she was in school, it wouldn't be, because I've heard nothing but great things from her previous teachers about her behavior in school and how she pays attention. So that's an issue. And not to mention that children in her class are not fortunate enough to have a parent with them. Some of them are there with older siblings who are managing their own work, or an older cousin. I couldn't even believe it when I saw that, when I heard that happening. Why are we not worried about those children? I'm worried about my child's anxiety levels. They have shot up this year tremendously, and it shouldn't be. We need to try. We have to try. There's really no excuse at this point. We spent the money, we did the work, and now I'm hearing that vaccines. Okay, great. Yes, there's vaccines out here, but I'm also seeing rumblings of teachers questioning whether they even want to get the vaccine. So now the teachers are saying we need the vaccine, but I'm also seeing the opposite thing, or maybe they won't get the vaccine. So the vaccine is not the answer. Masking, distancing, those are the answers. Those are the proven things to keep us safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is just the phone listed. It says Pixel 3A, but you'll see a prompt on your screen. If you can give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, this is Anna Mark, 3 Cannon Street, West Orange. Good evening, Dr. Cascone and the board members. I am a parent in West Orange, and I want to thank you for supporting the reopening of the hybrid model. This is the right decision to make. As another parent said previously, I'm also an essential worker as a healthcare worker who has been working outside the home, and I could not stay home with my kindergarten child to do remote learning. So I sympathize with that perspective. Virtual learning just doesn't work for many families, no matter how hard the teachers work, and I know they're working very hard. I know some of the teachers have pointed to districts that have postponed, but we should instead be learning from the districts that have been hybrid and have been successful. The CDC supports in-person school. The American Academy of Pediatrics supports in-person school. Dr. Fauci supports in-person school. In fact, he said multiple times, close the bars, but keep the schools open. We know that school can be safe when the precautions are followed, which West Orange is doing. We will have the masks and social distancing and improved ventilation. I think it's wrong for people to say that it's not safe when so many studies have shown that schools are not driving transmission rates. The majority of cases in teachers and kids are from out-of-school activities, from household gatherings, social functions like parties and weddings, and other indoor activities without masks. Governor Murphy has said that cases linked to schools in New Jersey account for less than 1% of the total cases, which is why he's not closing schools. This is the same that New York City is finding with its surveillance testing. And by the way, they're testing the asymptomatic kids that people are so afraid are spreading the virus. And still the positivity rate is less than 1% in the school population. Other states have shown the same thing. So why are so many people focused on keeping schools closed when the schools are not the problem? And so many other higher risk activities have been open this entire time. Keeping schools closed will not lower community cases. In fact, public health experts have said that keeping schools closed might actually make us less safe because it drives children to socialize in less safe environments rather than socialize with masks and social distancing in a controlled environment such as a school. It's not following the science and the research, it's following fear. Parents are only asking for a choice. Their students are struggling with virtual learning. They should have the option of in-person school. So thank you for committing to the hybrid model.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have David Sayre. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi.
Hi, David.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for even hanging around for this long. I'm practically falling asleep here, but I'm listening to everything everybody is saying. I wanted to start, of course, by thanking everybody.
David, I'm sorry. Just for the record, we need your name and address or title.
I'm sorry, I'm David Sayre, and I'm a teacher at West Orange High School. I've been teaching for over 20 years there, and I'm a social studies teacher.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I just wanted to thank you for working so hard to support us, the teachers and the students, to keep us safe and to successfully do our jobs of teaching and of learning remotely. Teachers are working really hard, and my students are working really hard too. These aren't normal times, so I don't have, I don't expect the exact same situation to prevail as would happen in my classroom. And I terribly miss my classroom, and I terribly miss seeing my students and working with them in person. So of course I would love to be back together in person with my students, but I do have some real concerns about safety. Safety for myself, safety for my students, and safety for all of our families. But what will that mean? So I really have just two areas that I need to talk about real quick. One is very specifically rooms at the high school. The high school has a short supply of rooms. So if there's a room that ends up being deemed inappropriate for student safety, then there's a big question of where will our classes go. So case in point would be my room at West Orange High School. It has no windows. So I was told that it's okay to use by my supervisor, who inquired for me to whoever, I don't know who, but they said it's okay to use. But when the NJEA health and safety person came and toured my room last fall, and I was there, he said it's not safe because with the fact that there are no windows, there's just not enough circulation. So who do I believe? Number two, the NJEA person said that a HEPA filter might make it safe, but will I or the other rooms that don't have windows, will they get HEPA filters? I haven't heard anything about that yet. Really quickly, I wanted to move to screening. The health screening system is basically useless. When we go in, because I went all through the fall, the digital thermometers always read a full degree below normal temperature, but they don't adjust the amount, the actual temperature. So, for a fever, so that means a student who comes in with a 98.6 actually has a fever. They're going to be let in. Second, there's a lot of contagion, as we know, that occurs without fevers, right? And that's either for asymptomatic people or people who, haven't gotten symptoms yet, but will get them. So what this means is that without regular testing or without widespread vaccination, we will have virus spread in our schools. There's no question. People will get sick in our schools, and people and their families will get sick too. Some people will die. Without widespread vaccination, this will happen. Why should we risk this?
Thank you. Next, we have Carol Ann Holland. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, Carol Ann Holland, 71 Lawrence Avenue. Most of you probably already know what I'm going to say. I want to start by saying welcome to Melinda and congratulations. And also congratulations, welcome to Miss Huerta. And also congratulations to Miss Trigg Scales and Miss Tunnicliffe with your leadership at the helm. I feel very confident about the direction this board will be going. As I heard Dr. Cascone speak, I started thinking, maybe my concerns are less. If this 8% is really true, maybe it'll be okay. But when I hear how many teachers are concerned, and I am not hearing teachers who don't want to work, I'm hearing teachers who are already working incredibly hard. Hybrid's simply going to ask them to work harder. When I hear how many teachers don't feel safe, I'm back to thinking it's too soon. Trying to look at my notes, and I'm concerned about the staffing issues. When teachers have to quarantine, will subs be able to step in and teach hybrid? I'm concerned about the disruption. So many parents want their kids back in school. They're still going to be virtual most of the time. Is that short amount of time worth the risk? The vaccinations are coming. I hear that that's going to make our teachers feel safer. So no, it may not change social distancing, masking, etc. But if it makes our teachers feel safer and less stressed, maybe we really should wait for them. I'm so tired. I'm missing most of my points. I was up late last night too. I would just like to say, Dr. Cascone, you are between a rock and a hard place. I know that the pitchforks are going to come out if you don't go hybrid, but I also really do not believe it's safe yet. It is, we have the more contagious strain. Every day for the last month or 6 weeks, so many of the people on the mayor's list have been children. Once we open schools, I really fear that's only going to get worse. I've had COVID. It's horrible. I don't want anyone to go through that and have the potential long-term effects. I don't want my kids to get it. I don't want my kids' teachers to get it. I don't want anyone in West Orange any more than the 204 people who have already died to die from it. The teachers, many have used the marathon analogy. I really empathize with the parents who are struggling. This reminds me of Heartbreak Hill at the Boston Marathon. We are climbing Heartbreak Hill. Let's not give up now. We've almost made it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terrence Pfeiffer. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm actually Kate Pfeiffer, calling from my husband's computer, 22 Luddington Road. I want to reiterate some things that I know have already been said tonight, but I really think we have to look to the health experts and not interpreting data just through fear. Again, Dr. Fauci, the CDC, reading a quote by the American Academy of Pediatrics, that they continue to strongly advocate that all policy considerations for school COVID-19 plans should start with the goal of having students physically present in school. And they also go on to say that schools play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequity. And it's critical to reflect on the differential impact that COVID-19 pandemic and associated school closures have had on different racial and ethnic groups and populations. And that really directly applies to the students and families in this district. And I hear the fear that our teachers are expressing. And I have to say, as the wife of a teacher who has been back full-time in a school since September, that he experienced the same fear last summer with his colleagues when they were told they were going to have to return to the building. And there was so much doubt and honestly, sometimes terror about coming back into the building. And what they found was that once they were back, everybody adjusted and that the fear faded with time. And I'm a social worker and a therapist, and I specialize in anxiety. And one of the things that I know with anxiety is that avoiding the thing that makes you anxious doesn't make you less anxious. And I think we just keep delaying and delaying this, and in the hopes that there will be some magical time where we aren't going to be afraid to return to the building. And I don't believe that that time is going to happen anytime in the near future. I don't think the vaccine will provide that. I think that we need to be respectful of that fear, but that we have to trust in the health experts and in the data that continually shows that there is not a meaningful risk in the meaningful increase in the level of risk faced by teachers or students with school reopenings. And I just truly believe that we've committed to the students and to the families in this community that we are going to try this hybrid model. And I think we need to follow through on that. And I hope that, I think that unfortunately these hours that we have sat through have been the teachers kind of reiterating the same concerns over and over and over again. And I hear it and I respect it. But I think that unfortunately, the voices in this community of the families and the children have not been equally represented in this discussion tonight. I have two kids who have all the support in the world, tutors and therapists and multiple adults, including educators who can help them, and they are still struggling. They need to be back in the school building. So I appreciate your time and your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jim W. If you can follow the prompt on your screen and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Jim Weidenborner. I'm a teacher at the high school, and I taught at Gregory School for 20 years. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, you're all good.
Okay, good. All right. So this is one thing is I am looking forward to seeing the three-dimensional version of my students for sure. And this is very tough, and I don't know what the right answer is. I know that I've had two family friends who are in their 70s, two men who passed away, one on and off a ventilator, 2 months, awful. One went to the hospital and was dead within 11 days. And so, and I'm not the only person that, that knows people that has happened to. But I think, we're a big district. We have a lot of teachers and a lot of students. And, I was thinking about like a teacher that's been in the district for 23 years, stay-at-home mom, in her 60s, and wants to get to 25, but also in her 60s, a husband who's at risk. And now she's faced with the decision, do I go in or do I, I've got 23 years, I got to get 25. Everyone knows teachers need to get 25 years in. That's an important year for teachers. And so now she's put in a difficult situation. And I think about the fact that we have, over 40% children that need free and reduced lunch. And a lot of those children live with their grandparents. I had some that lived only with their grandparents. And what will happen is when the hybrid is opened, children like that, I think their children, their parents, their grandparents, they're open, I'm going to send them there. Other people, maybe they have the choices. And so what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people with a lot of different issues. And if there wasn't an end in sight, if we didn't have the vaccine, it would be a whole different situation. But if in 3 months, 4 months, you could have a magic ball and you could find out that nobody was harmed by the fact that we opened the schools to a hybrid, I don't think you would be that upset. But if that magic ball told you in 4 months, that's all it probably would be, is 4 months, somebody was harmed because they went to school because of hybrid, I think that that would be a tragedy. And I think that we're living in a time where I'm thinking as a history teacher, looking at it from that perspective, where we might need a little moral cautiousness. And even when we look back at it, 5, 10 years in the future, and we say, yeah, we didn't open schools for 4 months, I don't think that that's going to be, I think that people are going to think that's the right decision, as much as, I feel for those elementary school kids. And so it's a very hard thing for me to say, but I think that looking at it from a moral decision and being able to say that, we chose the possibility of life over money, over whatever it is. And then quickly, I know I'm going over.
Yeah, we thank you. We thank you. We still have other speakers.
Clean air is good. So there's silver lining no matter what. All of that you're doing is going to be a good thing no matter what.
Thank you. Carrie Pfingst, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is Carrie Pfingst. I live at 13 Helen Avenue. Welcome, Ms. Huerta. Nice to see you. I'd like to thank you and the board for your unwavering support during this really, really crazy school year. I'm a teacher at West Orange High School. I'm a resident in West Orange. I'm also a parent of 2 children who attend West Orange public schools. So I kind of come at this from all different angles. As a parent, there's nothing more than I would like than for my children to be able to go back to school, obviously, and interact with their peers, even though they seem to be doing quite well with their remote learning, and their teachers have been really incredible. As a teacher, there's nothing more that I would like than to see my students in 3 dimensions and not like flat Stanley, every day. I've spent countless hours, right, and months on Zoom, and it would be nice to also see my coworkers in person again. I miss them. However, after seeing the New Jersey numbers today, is the single highest day positivity rate, 6,314. I got to be honest, that freaks me out. It scares me. That's really high. And it's one of the highest numbers that's been pretty much since this has started in New Jersey. So I can't help but think, as we ponder going back to school in person, what if one of those deaths, were one of my coworkers, or I brought it home to my family, or my husband, or myself. We as a community have already experienced so much sickness and illness in the past few months. I have students who tell me really awful, horrible, moving stories about family members who have passed away. And I actually had one student the other day tell me that he had 3 aunts that passed away within a month. I was polling my students to see how many of them would come back for hybrid. And literally out of 110 students, I had 3 say that they would consider it. I feel like they're traumatized too. This has been very, very hard. But yet we persevere online, and I think we've done a very good job of that. Yes, there is a vaccine, and thank you, science and facts, but we're not out of the woods. The vaccine is being distributed to healthcare workers, and teachers will be next with patients. Something that's not really been addressed tonight is this new variant. What are the plans when this variant comes? And it's not an if, it will come. It's already in New York, it's already in Pennsylvania. What are our plans? What are we going to do then? I ask you all to please seriously consider the gravity of this situation as you have thus far. It continues to be the highest priority as our teachers to, educate our students. Please, please, I beg that we can stay remote until the vaccine is provided for teachers. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. At this time, I just want to make sure that anyone who is wanting to speak has already raised their hand. I'm not going to be making a last call after the last speaker, just for the time. So if you do want to speak, please raise your hand at this point and you'll be put in the queue. Thank you. Catherine Sickler, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, this is Catherine Sickler at 66 Cobain Terrace. I would just like to thank the board and Dr. Cascone for staying up this late. I have a 3rd grader and a 1st grader at Gregory. Our family fully supports a return to school. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Cascone for doing all the hard work of making our school buildings safe. And thanks to you, they are probably one of the safest places that our children can be. And also reiterate that public health experts agree that schools with precautions are safe places for both students and teachers, and especially at the elementary level. It is essential that we get our children back to school as soon as possible, and we need to stop delaying this. I assure you that the children of this town are not thriving, and we really need to start putting the children first. And we need to give hybrid a chance. It's really past time to give hybrid a chance. My 1st grader in kindergarten absolutely loved school every single day. But this year, despite having a wonderful teacher, really, she absolutely has a wonderful teacher. Since she was disappointed last time when the hybrid was canceled, she has been having daily meltdowns and increased anxiety. And to be honest with you, I don't know what to do with her anymore. And I realized I have a lot of empathy for my daughter. She's really going through a lot. She has lost her entire support system, besides her parents and her brother, who can be challenging at times. But she is really struggling. She needs to see her friends in person. She needs to have people to talk to other than her parents. And we really, it is time really that we give these kids what they deserve, and we give them the chance to be back in school and give them the social interaction that they need. And the last thing I want to say is I've heard a lot of people say that one of the reasons that we should stay closed is because of the demographics of our community. The demographics of our student body should not be a factor in our decision to open, except to note that it is absolutely more urgent that we open our schools in West Orange because of our demographics. And I'm honestly saddened to hear so many teachers use this as a reason that our school should stay closed. And that is all I wanted to say. Thank you, and good night and good morning.
Thank you. Next, we have Monica Neves. Monica, you are actually on an older version of Zoom, so I'm going to promote you to a panelist and then shut your camera off, and then you'll be allowed to speak. So just give me 1 second, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm just going to stop your camera for 1 second. Okay, you're all good. You can state your name and address for the record.
Monica Nieves, 4 Robertson Road. I've been a teacher for 20 years. I do not teach in West Orange, but I do teach at a public school in Essex County. It's very disheartening for me to hear teacher after teacher call in as to the many reasons why we cannot return to school. We need to look for solutions. This has been going on for 10 months now. I don't know what we're waiting for. I mean, we're not going to have 0 cases. Even if everybody gets vaccinated, there's still going to be cases. We're going to have to adjust to this new model. And the longer that it goes on, the harder the transition is going to be for the teachers and for the students. For me to keep hearing teachers say how hybrid is going to be so awful really bothers me, especially for teachers who have not done it. I've been doing it since September 1st, again, in a public school, 5 miles from my home. I don't understand how it's safe for me to be teaching kids in person every single day, 5 miles from home, but in this town, it's way too dangerous. I don't understand that thinking. We talk about, how much we miss our kids, how much we value education. We need to talk about the whole child. What about mental health? I mean, that's totally being neglected here. I'm going to say something that a pediatrician I know had mentioned, and I thought it was really worth saying. She said, while we are keeping our kids quote unquote safe from COVID, in the last few months, the amount of mental health issues, psychosomatic, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Sorry about this. In the last few months, the amount of onset diabetes cases, suicide attempts, and mental health issues that I have received are astounding. We are seeing a huge rise in mental health issues. Kids need to be in school. Not all kids. Some kids have supportive households, like we mentioned. Some kids have pods, have tutors. Not every kid has that. And in a district like this, with such a wide, we have so much diversity. Economically, we have so much diversity. For people to say, for teachers to call in and say that kids are thriving, really bothers me because it's completely out of touch. The last thing I'd like to say is just that, we need to just do what's right by our kids. We were supposed to do this in November, and I'm hoping that the board sticks through the date that we're having come now. I've actually moved one of my children to private school because even though, yes, the grades supposedly on paper, she's doing great, my kids are not thriving, and many kids are not thriving. So please do what is right for kids, for the whole child. And we need to stop letting fear dictate our decisions and look at the science. Numerous studies are saying schools are not spreading COVID. They're not super spreaders. We have numerous things that are open that are led to increased cases of COVID. Bars, restaurants, indoor sports, which are going to be occurring soon. We need to look at the whole picture here. Kids need to be back in school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be promoting you back to an attendee. Just give me one moment. Next, we have Candace Sparks. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
First of all, I want to say congratulations to our newly elected
Candace, I'm sorry to interrupt. We just need your name and address for the record first.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. It's Candace Sparks, 15 Crystal Avenue.
Thank you.
Melinda, congratulations. I voted for you. You ran a great, amazing platform. Dr. Cascone, you know me very well because my son is Michael Cosa Sparks. That was one of the guys that, we're trying to. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And Miss Terry, thank you. Congratulations to being promoted to president as well. There's a lot of things that we've been doing well. And the first thing that we've been doing well, and you guys have heard from me time and time again, it's keeping our community healthy. That's what we're all about. What does that look like? We follow my education. I'm a medical informatics engineer. So now here we are in a pandemic that only happens every 100 years. And here we are. And we've never been in this because none of us are 100 years. So a couple of things. We've been doing it right in our school district because we're all here. Our teachers, children, our families in the West Orange community. We are really doing it right and consistent. Few things that have happened before this call is that we're having numbers that are increasing. We also had the elections. We have a federal government that's going to shut us down on January 21st. So why would we go to school on the 19th when we're going to have a federal shutdown on the 21st? Makes no sense to me. What I would suggest as a medical informatics engineer is not even start on the 19th. Let's follow the federal guidelines with the new administration. Everything is play by play. We have a lot of things going on in the Redwood School District as well that are going to follow along this. And I have to tell each and every parent on this call don't expect to go back to school on the 19th because things are progressively changing. And Dr. Gascon, I know you really wanted this to happen, but we also have 3 different strains that are in the New Jersey area now. And it's just not safe. It's not smart for us. We're here, we're alive. I know parents want kids in the schools, but guys, I understand I'm following this play by play, and families, I want my kids in school as well, but it's not smart. This is something that will happen in the future, probably September of 2021, but not now.
Okay, thank you. Michaela Bennett, if you can please follow the prompt on your screen. Hi, Michaela, if you can follow the prompt. Oh, there you go.
I think I just did.
No, you got it.
It's Michaela, Old Indian Road. So I want to talk about intellectual honesty. It's really astounding that people dare say that there's no increased risk with children in schools when we hear about teachers dying throughout the nation because of returning to school prematurely. We can't be motivated by fear of this nebulous, irreparable harm. We can't be guided by emotion. We need more than anecdotal evidence from more homogenous districts, more than cherry picking, more than name dropping Dr. Fauci, whose wife is from Livingston and who says himself that New York and New Jersey is different due to density. National evidence recommendations regarding broad swaths of our country are not compelling nor relevant if they're not reflective of our community's composition. Healthcare workers mischaracterizing the CDC and APA guidelines, that's terribly irresponsible. Every parent whom I've heard speak in support of returning tonight are members of a Facebook group where they huddle and strategize and second guess and badmouth our district professionals. Their plan was to demand schools to reopen because they say so. One who just spoke a bit ago told that group she has an email in draft ready to send to the board, thinking she'll call a teacher out for lying. What is this? They posit, they plan, and ultimately demand a reopening. And it's shameful, really. It's not parents as partners. It's Lord of the Flies, a weird Darwinism. And it's not guided by science. It's guided by hysterics, Brady Bunch hysterics. We're in the state with the highest population density, in its nearly largest population dense county, in one with the largest, most dense city, the one with the highest incidence of COVID. And despite the amazing teachers, curriculums, kindness, and intellect, we live in a town that hasn't navigated COVID well. Let's focus on facts. First, we all want to be back in school, teachers and families. Second, safe return to schools requires metrics, not just data, but metrics that identify benchmarks that take into consideration this district, its teachers, its community, the science and common sense. Third, we, the parent partners, don't get to supersede the professionals. We don't. The administration has to plan. The teachers have to be ready. They have to feel safe. They deserve our trust and confidence. There's a vaccine. Why on earth would we forge forward when there's a protection on the horizon that would bring blanket safety and confidence and assured return to school under the best possible conditions? Teachers are stonewalling. Could we be any more offensive? Lastly, we have much to be thankful for. We have an exceptional district, servant leadership, a nearly all-female Board of Ed. RBG would be very proud. Virtual instruction at Roosevelt is brilliant. Our son he literally went to bed excited about his ELA test tomorrow. Educators are outrageously creative, rising to the challenge with nuance and grace. We cannot be motivated by fear. Fear is the mind kill. We must motivate with truth, honesty, safety, and science. it may be hard to hold off opening, but if it's the right thing to do, if it is specifically right for our most vulnerable, if it's specifically right for those disproportionately impacted by this virus, and if it's
Thank you
right to
so
do for
much.
our most critical stakeholders, the educators and staff,
Thank you,
then
Michaela.
we
I'm
do
sorry.
the
We have to cut you off.
right thing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Robin Iserlis, if you can follow the prompt on your screen.
I can't see.
Oh, you had it. Click it one more time. I reset the prompt for you. You got it?
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Hi, Robin Iserlis, 22 Yale Terrace. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening or good morning, actually, everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. It's been a while since I've been at a board meeting past midnight, but I have been that before. A hearty congratulations to President Trigg-Scales and Vice President Tunnicliffe, and a warmest welcome to Ms. Huerta. And thank you to our media specialist for that wonderful presentation, and Dr. Cascone as well. So according to the mayor's daily reports, since December 21st, West Orange has seen a total of 347 new cases, and we are not yet in the anticipated spike from the holiday season, not to mention the new, more contagious strand, as others have mentioned. I've asked the mayor to clarify the difference between the 15% positivity rate that he reported today and the 8% rate that Dr. Cascone reported tonight. It's quite alarming that there is such a difference in the data, and I'd like to understand this better. I have taken a look at the Essex County website that provides the daily town numbers of total COVID cases by town. This is all for public viewing. Today's report shows that West Orange has 2794 cases, definitely less than Newark. Of course, the population size is much smaller, but significantly more cases than Orange, Nutley, Livingston, Montclair, South Orange, Maplewood, and so many other towns in the county. This is true of both the daily numbers as well as the change rate, especially from yesterday to today. I've been teaching online at the college level since 2004. It is not something that is easily learned. It takes time to develop a familiarity and a comfort, not to mention an expertise with the technology. With COVID, teachers were not given much time to train, and despite this, here in West Orange, many have mastered quite well the virtual teaching model. However, I'm not as certain that there has been sufficient training for all that's necessary for a hybrid model. Teaching to a small group in person while also attending to another group who are remote seems to me, someone who has over 20 years of teaching experience in the classroom, a most difficult and challenging form of teaching. I have extensive experience online, and I would not feel comfortable with this model. I want nothing more than the schools to be open personally so that my daughter can experience some of this, her senior year in the high school. It breaks my heart that she may not be able to go to school in her last year, ending her phenomenal experience in the West Orange schools. However, I know, and she knows, that opening schools now is putting people at risk needlessly, and it is degrading the quality of the education that so many of our staff have worked so hard to offer over these past few months. It should not be lost on any of us that we are holding this meeting, well, we started this meeting, on the day that New Jersey has reported the highest daily number of new cases, 6,314 new COVID cases. The terrible planning on the national level has meant that our COVID experience has been far worse than it has to be. We are still in this situation largely because of the lack of federal leadership. We have been so fortunate to have such strong leadership at the local level thus far, and I thank everyone who's been a part of that. I do hope that will continue as we make the safest decision for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Rudy. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Patty Rudy. I'm a teacher at Kelly Elementary. I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Cascone, members of the board. Congratulations to all the newly appointed positions, and welcome to Ms. Huerta. Thank you for listening to science and staying cautious to keep students and staff safe with the virtual model. The winter virtual model was adopted for the winter. We're still in winter. We're still in this. In November, a very wise decision was made to postpone hybrid instruction. On November 9th, the day West Orange would have opened for hybrid, there were 33 positive cases reported in the town of West Orange. Since then, there have been an average of approximately 20 to 25 cases per day. Some days even went up as high as 36 or more in a single day. Tuesday, there were 25. Yesterday, 19. Today, 19. All including school-age children. Now imagine those students went to school, maybe because symptoms were ignored at home, or maybe because it was disguised with Tylenol. All teachers and staff have seen that happen before. Students have gone to school even though they threw up in the morning in the past, and now you want to risk it with a deadly virus? Or maybe the child came to school asymptomatic because a family member is sick at home, but it was not disclosed. Now the bus the child rode on, the bus driver, the teacher, the class, and the school are at risk. I can't help but think back to getting all those emails and seeing all those Facebook posts from West Orange Public Schools with that bright red exclamation point that the high school, elementary schools, and even one of the middle schools was either shut down or quarantining. That was happening at the end of October and the beginning of November. I don't know if it's coincidental or not, but this all happened shortly after staff was called in for staggered technology training in order to report back on November 9th. Could it be coincidental or is it related? I guess we could hope it was coincidental, but we don't know. Either way, it caused staff members, colleagues of mine, and their families illness. Numbers are higher now. They're not really going down. They're staying the same. How can you consider filling the buildings with staff and students? Do we really want to open and risk more illness based on hope? It has also been recently announced about this new variant of the virus, which is more transmissible. It is spreading. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to jump to the end. We all know not to play with fire. The virus is the fire. Don't put our buildings on fire. It is raging already throughout the country, the state, the county, and the town. Let's keep the precautions going, stay out of the flames, and stay virtual for all, because one staff member or student's life is not less important than another. This is not the time to try hybrid. It's not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Keisha Yarrow. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please. Hi, Keisha, you there?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi, I wanted to first thank everyone.
Keisha, I'm sorry, we just need your name and your title or address for the record.
Yes, I'm getting straight to that. My name is Keisha Yarrow. I am a paraprofessional and a coach, as well as a parent in our town. I want to save us the time of going through the statistics, and I want to get straight to the point. As a para, I am working one-on-one with the special needs population, and that raises a concern for me as well as my fellow colleagues. Keeping our staff as well as our students safe will be nearly impossible due to the large amount of students we have in our buildings. Aside from that fact, I am also a parent, a single working parent, and as such, my child's health is still my first priority. Her education is being fulfilled through our amazing staff, despite the many challenges that they face. And as a parent, I understand the challenges of having children and juggling jobs and their classwork. But as a parent, a single parent, I work and I still make the necessary time to make sure that she's remaining on task. As a parent, it is our responsibility to make sure our child is on task. Of course, my daughter faces challenges in school, as she would if she was on campus as well, in our facilities, but school is not a daycare. And again, it is our responsibility to make sure our children remain on task. The children are still learning. The students are still able to socialize virtually due to our staff's efforts via Zoom and classroom breakouts. And as a parent, I will always opt out because entertaining the idea of sending my child to school where her health is at risk is not a risk that I'm willing to take. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that we have more Black or brown students, as a parent previously stated, but everything to do with the lack of resources to assure our community's safety. We can barely keep our youth to keep their hands out of their mouths, let alone to keep a mask on. I do not want my child in a room with other students. Also take into the consideration that our staff members and students also live with family members that may not be as lucky. I have lost enough family members in this past year, and unfortunately, I'm not willing to lose another. I've previously heard parents mentioning the routines as it pertains to returning to school, such as packing a backpack or throwing a ball or seeing their friends. And that is absolutely not okay for me. I urge our district to wait. I urge our parents to become more involved and not to put their wants before the safety of our community. Our staff would love to be back in the building. Trust me, I would love to be back in the building, but I would also like to know that I am valued, that our health is worth waiting just a little while longer. We are not waiting for the cases to decrease to zero, as previously mentioned. Instead, we are waiting for the proper resources to secure everyone's safety. And as a parent first, I am saying it is better to be safe than sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Heidi. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you guys, Dr. Cascone, board members. The commitment to stay.
I'm sorry, David, sorry to interrupt. We just need your name and address for the record.
Oh, sorry, David Heidi, 42 Gregory Ave.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Cascone and the board. One thing that really heartens me is the commitment you guys show to stay up this late and hear everybody out to the last. I will try to keep this short. My wife was on before. We have 2 kids. We love West Orange. We moved here 7 years ago. We have 2 children in Gregory, a 3rd grader and a kindergartner. And I fully support the return to some sort of in-person on the basis that my kids just don't have any connection to the school and need that in person. And I am the son of a teacher and my mother-in-law is a teacher, so I fully respect all of the concerns. I don't want to quote stats because one thing I hear on this call for 4 hours now or longer than, and I see it in our society as a lack of trust. And I think when we vote for you all, and Dr. Cascone gets the trust of the board and the higher, our trust needs to be with you guys to make the right decision. So I hope that you guys will make it. I think we've made it. I wish we had a crystal ball, but the one thing that I look to and implore you guys is to think about when you were students, because we've heard a lot from teachers, but put yourself in the position of students. You don't necessarily remember what you learned, but you remember the feeling of being in school. And my kindergartner, my wife said it, we took her to tennis last night. She hasn't had in person. She came out with energy I haven't seen in 9 months. She wants friends. We need something. We have to try. I implore you guys to please take a step forward. Someone before said, you know, everyone's going backwards. We haven't moved and it's been the right decision. So I hope you guys will make the decision. I support you fully in that. But again, I support the return to a hybrid model. And thank you again for your time. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Excuse me. Next we have, it's labeled as Zeppa. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, Noelle Zeppa, 7 Burnett Terrace.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to go through all of the stats. I would like to thank everyone who is still on this very, very long meet. So I'm going to try and stay well with under my 3 minutes. That being said, I don't understand why we're pushing for hybrid now when there is a vaccine on the horizon and we're hearing teacher after teacher say that they are concerned for their safety, their students' safety, and their children's safety, or their loved ones' safety. And for whatever reason, I'm hearing parents just dismiss that because they need their kids to socialize. I'm a parent of 4 children in 3 different schools. So I understand that the children need to be in school. My children need to be in school. My 10th grader needs to be there. My 8th grader, special needs student, needs to be in school. My twin 5th graders need to be in school when it's safe. And right now, I do not feel it's safe. I hear people talking about the social emotional aspect for the kids. Every teacher that I have heard say they have concerns. I don't feel their social emotional issues are being addressed. We're dismissing those feelings. Your feelings don't matter because I need to get my kid in school for the 2 days a week, twice a month if you're in middle school or high school, or the 2 days a week every week if they're in elementary school. And prior to all of this, the company line has been hybrid will be seamless. It's going to be 2 teachers at the elementary school level teaching the exact same thing. During a parent-teacher conference, when we thought we were going back to hybrid in November, that's not what was told to me. It was that the teacher that's teaching now will still be teaching both the remote and the in-person, and I don't know how that would happen at the elementary, middle school, or high school level. I personally, whether we start back with hybrid or not, am not sending back my kids. And I take umbrage with the parents that are using diversity as the reason to get back in. Because as a Black mother of 4 Black children, my Black children will be home and they'll stay home until I feel it's safe. And I feel it's selfish for me to put the needs of my children over the needs of the teachers as well. I'm fine with staying home until the end of the year. If the vaccine comes and then the numbers go stabilized, maybe we can get back before the end of the year. But if not, I'm looking forward to a time where we can go 100% all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremiah Salinas. If you can please follow the prompt on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Congratulations to Ms. Huerta. Congratulations to Ms. Trix Scales.
Jeremiah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just need your name and address for the record.
Jeremiah Salinas, 7 Crystal Ave. It's very nice to see all of you over Zoom. And the reason why we're having this meeting over Zoom is because we can't be together. I think it would be very beneficial for the district to provide the community with the number of students that will be present in classrooms, so that parents can begin to have an idea of what their children's classrooms are going to look like. Some parents might think that their children are going to go back to a classroom where there's going to be 10, maybe 15 kids where they can socialize with, or that they can talk to, or they can share things with. But the reality is that that's not going to happen. Some classrooms might have 1, maybe 2 students. Some classrooms might have 5 students. It all depends on the size of the classroom. It all depends on whether there is enough space to socially distance the students, which in itself becomes a very difficult thing to do, especially at the younger age. There's no right answer for this, and I don't think anybody has the right answer for this. And statistics get thrown out the window because the statistics don't lie, but people use statistics to lie. Now, there's no right answer. There are responsible decisions, and then there are irresponsible decisions. Now, we trust teachers to take care of our children inside classrooms during school lockdown, for shootings, for fire drills, for any potential emergency that might arise. Now, you have dedicated professionals that work with your children every day that are telling you, that are providing you with information, and that are going way beyond their scope of expertise, trying to protect your children as well. We're not just talking about their mental health, but we're talking about their physical health, their emotional health, and everything else that comes along with this. Even though children do not show the symptoms that affect adults, it's very hard for a child to understand that, but it's not hard for an adult to understand that there are, again, responsible decisions that need to be made, and then there are irresponsible decisions that are made as well. My suggestion is, again, like I said before, if the district could provide numbers to parents of individual schools, letting them know what is the percentage of the students that will be in person in the classrooms. And then parents can begin to get an idea of what that classroom is going to look like. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and hopefully you get 2-3 hours of rest before you yourself have to go back to work as well.
Thank you. And Jen Dahl, if you can please. Oh, I actually have to bring you over to a panelist. Don't touch your screen, and I'll move you over and shut off your video. Hold on, please. Okay. Jen, I'm just going to turn off your video. And if you can, are you unmuted? Yes.
I'm unmuted. You can
All
hear
right.
me?
Yes, thank you. Just your name and address or title for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Dahl. I am an ELA teacher at West Orange High School. I'm part of the AVID program. I am also the advisor for the Pioneer, and I've been working at West Orange High School since January 2nd of 2006, which I just hit my 15-year anniversary. There's 3 different things that I would like to address. So the first one is I want to comment in response to something that Dr. Cascone had in one of his emails today regarding the classroom environmental HVAC and air quality issues. I went into my classroom at the high school today to gather books to prepare for a novel exchange that I have planned for next week. My classroom is room 1150. It's an interior classroom with no windows. It has a ceiling mounted, I think you call it a univent. As soon as I walked into the classroom, the heat in the room hit me like it wrapped me in a blanket. I would say it was at least 80 degrees in the classroom. However, there's no functioning thermostat, so I really can't tell you how hot it was, but I can tell you I spent about 5 minutes in the classroom before I had to leave, and that was with wearing a mask. If I were to have to teach in that classroom under those, with that temperature, with a mask, it would become a very unhealthy situation. In addition to that, the univent was open, and I was able to look into it from standing underneath it, and it was absolutely filthy. I personally have a significant dust allergy. We were also told in the email from Dr. Cascone that the classrooms would most likely be cooler due to the changes that have been made in the HVAC systems, but I can assure you, and I will say this somewhat cheekily, that my room was hot as Hades today. And that brings me some major concerns. The second point I want to make in regard to hybrid instruction. My father was a member of our local Board of Education for 12 years. When I talked to him about hybrid instruction, he said to me, "A man can't serve 2 masters." Imagine driving 2 cars at the same time. It's impossible. And accidents occur, and it's horrific. I don't think hybrid is the best way to best teach our children. And the last point I want to make is that while I understand that every individual situation cannot be taken into consideration, I want to explain to you that I carry a burden of my 74-year-old parents living with me. Not only am I a single mother, but I'm also the primary caregiver for my mother, who suffers from COPD and hydrocephalus. And returning to school before a vaccination is absolutely terrifying to me, because every day I would leave my home and I would think every single moment of that day and carry the burden in my heart and on my shoulders of whether or not I'm going to kill my mother. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to promote you back down to an attendee if you just give me one moment.
Sure.
And that's all that we have, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cascone, you want to, although many of the questions that we have are very, very similar, so I'm sure you'll kind of group them together.
Oh, Dr. Cascone, you're muted. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
Oh, it wouldn't be a meeting without you.
There you
telling
go.
me that, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Trix-Scales. I'll try and be somewhat economical in my responses. Typically, we'll go kind of question by question, but I think owing to the hour and the fact that we actually haven't even started the agenda itself, I'll try and be economical. There were, relative to any staff members who have raised individual concerns about their rooms. What I also mentioned in the email today to the staff was that, I encouraged, like Ms. Dahl has done, is to be informed, to be a self-advocate. And, if you have questions or concerns about your room, to bring them to the attention of the building principal. This would be one of a number of different cases where, through this forum in board meetings or through emails to me, staff members have brought up concerns. We've had our staff look at that room directly. In fact, we had someone noted that their univent could not be opened. And in fact, when we sent our buildings and grounds department there today, not only was it able to be opened, but all the mechanicals were fully functioning. So we recognize that, we're January 7th. We have a couple of weeks. We know that we have some adjustments and some cleanup work to be done. These some of the issues that have been raised, I would suggest that we continue to address those through the Health and Safety Committee. That's been a pretty effective means to do that. And we will continue to address any questions that do come up that you may have. I think we're looking at this point in time as kind of like I think a discrete point in time without any, I think, acknowledgement of the path which has led us here today. And I want to go all the way back to the beginning, when we started this process. And this process started in the guidance that we received that began our planning was the Road Back Restart and Recovery Plan for Education from the New Jersey Department of Education. And this was a 100 plus page document. It was informed by countless different partners from a variety of different industries, including the New Jersey Department of Health, the New Jersey Department of Human Services, and in fact, the New Jersey Education Association was one of quite a number of organizations that were involved and contributed to the creation of this plan. And this plan and the guidelines were developed in order for schools to be able to create a plan that would enable them to reopen with some degree of safety. The hybrid and I think the horse has left the stable in terms of discussing the merits or the challenges or the difficulties of the hybrid model, because the hybrid model is the plan that we've developed. It was the plan that was board approved. It was the plan that was accepted by the county. It's the plan we've been preparing for. It's the plan that we've invested thousands of dollars into implementing. So I think we have to kind of get beyond debating matters at this point in time, which quite frankly are fait accompli. They're done. This is what we've committed to. In terms of the impetus for moving in this direction, I mean, the end game has always been to have kids in school. The charge has always been, has continued to be, from our state authorities to provide some on-site instruction to students. That expectation has not changed. and the overseeing public health authorities are not telling us that it's unsafe to open our schools. They're not directing us to keep our schools closed. And neither really are our local public health authorities. So, you know, I'm not suggesting that, and I've said all along that I recognize, you know, the disconnects which this might raise in the minds of staff members. And I can tell you that it is a soul crushing pressure, you know, in hearing, you know, comments like from Ms. Dahl. I can tell you that is a heavy cross that is borne not only by me, but by this, but also by this board. But I would also remind folks that we have a fairly sizable percentage of our constituents who, you know, for a variety of reasons, are, you know, want their kids in school. And just as I think it's unfair and perhaps disingenuous to criticize one, I think it is likewise perhaps unfair and disingenuous to cast all parents who want their kids in school because they need childcare. I mean, I think there are legitimate concerns, both social, emotional, and academic, for why parents need and want their children in school. And we have a large percentage of our population, our constituents whom we serve, who have indicated that they want to send their kids to school. And this is not in any particular order. This is just be kind of going off the cuff, and I'll try and get to some of the specific questions in a moment. You know, this school district, amidst the virtual instruction, I'd like to reiterate and remind folks, has not happened without the presence of quite a number of employees on site, and not simply sequestered to offices. And I would just like to you know, for the record, qualify that my service to the district since March, to which I've reported every day in the height of this pandemic, has not been restricted to my office. But certainly there are plenty of folks, many folks, who have reported for service to this district, whether they're our food services worker, our bus drivers, our buildings and grounds staff, our principals, our administrative assistants. The central office has been open since the middle of July. We've had multiple staff members in this building on a daily basis. The board with whom I sit right now, and the acting business administrator, how many of us are there? The 6 of us are sitting in this room together in a brick and mortar facility conducting business. So we have not been able to operate this school district simply by being home. We've had plenty of employees, athletic coaches, food service workers, so many folks who have been in, that have enabled us to move forward. And we've done so safely. We've utilized the safety protocol that have been in place. We've interacted with one another in safe social distance. So, you know, I would just like to reiterate that as well. And so really it becomes you know, and as I said, you know, when we postponed in November, you know, there was a fair amount of criticism. And some of what folks said was, well, how were they able to do it here in this district and that district? And I said, well, you know, we're not that district. I'm making decisions based upon our factors and our circumstances. So when you ask me why Newark has done this, or Belleville's done this, or Nutley's done this, I can't tell you why they've done that, why ultimately they've determined that that's what they need to do. I can only assess the situation based upon what we've done and where we are. And I'd like to just hearken back to that November date. The board, the district physician, his position was this: we're seeing a rise in cases, and we don't really know where that's going. It could be exponentially higher 2 months from now. We need some time to assess what that trajectory is going to be. And that trajectory, in spite of some of what the statistics that have been thrown out tonight, is not exponentially rising. It has remained relatively stable since that time. And in fact, as we saw the positivity rate, as it was reported to me from the Office of Emergency Management, it is in a range. And if we look at the COVID data from the county and the designation of West Orange, notwithstanding some of the other statistics that have been put out, we have not seen an exponential increase since November, which was essentially what the district physician was recommending, that we give some time to monitor it. Just trying to kind of look at some other things here that might have been brought up.
Dr. Cascone, staffing was a question. Staffing and substitutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Excels. You'll have to forgive me. I've been up for about 19 hours, so just forgive me. Brain doesn't work quite as well as it does, in the morning. Listen, staffing in my conversations with superintendents in surrounding districts who have been open, staffing is a challenge. We have been back since November working to appoint permanent subs that we kind of attach to certain buildings and are designated to certain buildings, so that there's always a sub or two or more in the larger schools that's assigned to that school. Not only does that ensure that we're not moving different people in between buildings, which helps with contact tracing, but we have substitutes on staff. There's no question, and I would agree with the folks who talk about this, and I would say this to folks who will be sending their kids in. And I've said this since the beginning, there's no question that we will experience, disruptions, where we may have to close classes, or we may even have to close schools, where, you could be anxiously waiting to send your child into school, and literally on their first day in school, the teacher may not be there because they may have actually contracted it or been exposed and been quarantined, and there'll be a substitute in the classroom, and the teacher will be teaching virtually anyway. That's fact, and those things will happen. But what I have heard from the superintendents, it has been very rare that the staffing issues have necessitated the closures of the schools. They've been able to cover the classes and move forward. So we are optimistic that we're going to be able to do that. We're in a good place with leaves. We are posting for positions. I mean, there are positions that are more difficult to find suitable and qualified replacement teachers. So in those cases, the teacher of record will continue to teach virtually until such time that we're able to find a replacement. Those are real challenges, and there are certain subjects and certain positions for which we may not be able to find a qualified replacement. And these are all realities and challenges that we will face. Did I miss anything else that was top of mind, Ms. Trixcales, that I might have missed?
If you could just go over the discrepancy again between the 15% and the 8%.
Sure, I can give you a little anecdotal
Thank
on
you,
that.
Dr. Cuss.
No problem. So I reached out in advance of the presentation today. I reached out to Nick Allegrino, Director of Office Emergency Management here in West Orange, and I said, could you update me on what the local positivity rate is? And when he first texted me, he texted me the 15% number. And so, I just kind of, I followed, I said, are you sure that's accurate? And then he texted me shortly thereafter. He said, actually, it's not, it's 8.02. He goes, I actually made an error in the calculation. And so I said, but someone shared with me the fact that the 15% number had been posted, by the mayor. And he goes, yes. He goes, I informed the mayor that I had made an error in the calculation. And I said, so are you working on correcting that post? And he said he was. Now, he didn't go into, he gave me a little bit of information as to what the discrepancy was something to do with the spreadsheet he was using to calculate it. But he did in fact confirm for me that the number which had been posted was erroneous, that it is the 8% number. I'm sure that that if that has not been corrected already, that they will correct that and put out a clarification.
Thank you, Dr. Cascone. I think in the interest of, we started this meeting yesterday, that we will get back to business here and try to move through. Is that good with everyone here? Yes, we're ready to move. All right, so we are up to reports, discussions, and recommendations. Personnel, can I get a motion to move items 1 through 4?
Yes, so moved.
Thank you.
And
Is there a
seconded.
second?
Yes, seconded.
Great, thank you. Ms. Flores.
Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mrs. Merklinger,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes, and just wanted to congratulate the 2 retirees, Mrs. Carr and Mrs. Jackson.
noted.
Thank you.
Vice President Mrs. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trigg Scales,
Yes. Thank you. And may I have a motion to move curriculum and instruction?
Yes, moved.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Flores, thank you.
Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Mrs. Marklinger,
Yes.
Mrs. Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
and President Trick Scales.
Yes. Thank you. Finance. Before we move into that one, I just had a question for Dr. Cascone. So looking at special services, looking at the ESY program, are those dates similar to dates that we've had in the past?
Good. I appreciate the question. So what you will note is that the ESY program is actually a week shorter than it has been in the past. Our commitment is, in speaking with special services, that this will be an in-person program this summer. It will not be a virtual program, but it will be a week shorter. There are a number of reasons for this, but it is connected to our efforts to close an $8 million deficit. The compression of the program into 4 weeks will save the district approximately $100,000 in salaries and transportation costs.
Thank you. Is there a motion for finance A and B?
Yes, moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is everybody awake? Are we dozing?
No, we just don't want this meeting to end.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Mrs. Huerta,
Yes.
Mr. Rothstein,
Yes.
Mrs. Marklinger,
Yes.
Vice President Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
President Trick Scales.
Yes. Thank you. And now we move into petitions and hearings of citizens. We still have folks awake with us. So good morning. And Ms. Grosteza,
Yes.
if you could get us
Sure.
going.
If we have anyone who would like to speak, this is stuff that's anything that you'd like to talk with. I also now have forgotten how to say this. Push that button on the bottom of your screen. There we go. Carol Ann Holland, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, my deepest apologies. I know we all got to get to bed. I'm a little concerned that the budget shortfall is on the backs of the special needs kids. They're probably the ones who have the kids who need to utilize ESY are also the kids who've been most affected by this pandemic and not being in person school. I am not thrilled, and my kids don't make use of ESY. I have a problem with ESY being cut short. And I would just like to know that we are meeting the state's requirements for ESY. I'm not up on what they are, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but it is something I will be looking into. Lots of people talk about wanting to balance the budget by cutting special ed, and so this is really, it just got my hackles up. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And the final call for anyone who would like to. Oh, yeah. Felice Flitt, if you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. It's actually not on the agenda. It's the return to school for next school year. I know it's a bit premature, but the Jewish holidays are like right after Labor Day next year. And this has come up in a few other school districts where the second day of the Jewish holidays are not being recognized. So I just wanted to remind the board of that when we do have the calendar. I'm sorry, police split, 55 Bowling Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kyle, and I do not want to butcher your last name. It's Bacote, but you seem to have a earlier version of Zoom, so I'm going to promote you to a panelist, and I'm going to turn off your video, so don't do anything to your screen, please. Okay, if you give me one moment, please, guys. Okay, Kyle, and if you can unmute yourself. Oh, I actually got you. Oh, we're playing press to handle there. There you go. Kyle, you're there?
Congratulations to all the elected officials.
Thank you. If you can just give us your name and address for the record, please.
Kyle Bacote, 17 South Park Drive South.
Okay. Go ahead, Kyle. What do you need to say to the board?
Congratulations to, come on, Kyle, say it.
You do
Congratulations
it.
to all the officials.
So cute. Do it. I'm not doing it.
Congratulations to all the officials. Don't be shy now.
This is why we keep you off camera. Don't worry, we can't see you.
Especially
my mother, Melinda Huerta.
to mom, wife, an excellent partner. We're very proud of you. Keep up the good work. I know you got a lot of challenges before you. All of you guys, you're doing an excellent job in spite of the adversity that's in front of you. Hang in there, and I'm quite sure we'll see it through. Take care. Stay strong.
Thank you.
Say bye, Cleve. Say bye.
Oh. Thank you. Okay, and I'll promote you back over to attendee. Just give me one moment while we have Laura Nosner. If you can follow the prompt on your screen, please.
Hi, Laura Nessner, 504 Eagle Rock Avenue. I just wanted to say I was very happy to see that my daughter's teacher is going to be there for the rest of the year. She was a leave replacement teacher, so I'm very happy. She's doing an excellent job, and I'm just excited that my daughter will have her for the rest of the year. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. And Madam President, that is all that we have for that section.
Thank you very much, Ms. Graftiza.
No problem.
I'm going to ask Dr. Cascone, but I just wanted to make a response to Ms. Holland about the ESY program, because your sentiment was mine exactly when I first saw it. And that's why we wanted to be very transparent. There are going to be lots of cuts coming with the budget. This is just one of many, and so I wouldn't want anyone to think that we were singling out special ed. That would be the last thing we would do. But because of the timing of getting this in, this is why we're hearing about this first. But Dr. Cascone, please add more to that. But
Dr.
Okay,
Cascone,
I
you're
got
mute.
you.
Oh, okay.
That's what we refer to in the education profession as wait time, Ms. Graftiza.
Oh, I see. I see.
No, I think your sentiments exactly, Ms. Trigg Scales. That literally out of the 10 million or so dollars that we spend annually towards special education, that literally may be the only cut that the special education program sees. And in fact, we may very well need to add money to the budget for special education, which we sometimes do, because through the annual evaluation process, we may have IEPs change that now necessitate one-to-one aids, whereas before they didn't, or we may have students go into programs that now put classes above the statutory cap, the cap and code, and where we need to actually create additional staff lines. So, and we don't know that yet. So we could conceivably see a plus $400,000 or $500,000 increase in special ed, depending upon the changes in programs. But I can assure you that there are no other cuts to the special education department being considered other than that. But Ms. Trigg-Scales is right. There are going to be quite a number of tough cuts to be made. School calendar. You know, I was waiting until we had our new board installed to really begin having the conversations about school calendar in earnest. That will be one item in my weekly update to the board this week. Will be a draft calendar. It is a very interesting start to the school year. I can tell you that this first draft of the calendar does provide for the 2 days for those Jewish holidays in the beginning of the year. It's very interesting though, because it's with the where Labor Day falls, and it leads to a very choppy start to the school year, with probably the first day for students potentially September 9th, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it may give us additional roadway, you know, in the opening of next school year, because we may envision that there's going to be some challenges next year as well. So having additional time to prepare for opening may not necessarily be a bad thing. But just to reiterate, my first proposed draft to the board for their consideration does have the 2 days for the Jewish holidays as off. That is all I have, Ms. Trigg-Scales.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So where are we? Board member reports. Everyone is still awake. We're doing a check. Okay. Ms. Huerta, any comments?
Good evening. I just have a few comments about parent participation. I know Dr. Cascone had mentioned earlier about the ELL program, and that, you know, to be hearing from your school principals. But I do want to encourage also that parents do participate in their local school PTAs. And there is a council of PTAs that all of our school PTA leaders attend. And if you're not aware of those programs, or you want to be more involved, I really encourage. No amount of time is too small. No amount of talent is, you know, there's no, all the talent here in the town is useful, and any time that you can dedicate to helping the students in your own capacity is very welcomed and encouraged. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merklinger.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. I just want to congratulate Melinda and welcome to the board. It's nice to have you join us. I just want to note that just a few upcoming events for parents. The 8th grade student parent transition to West Orange High School is January 12th at 6:30, and that is virtual. For our West Orange High School students, class selection did open up. The counseling department put together a very comprehensive and very cool looking guide, and it's on our Board of Ed website under www.wobe.org/WOHS courses. I want to encourage our community to vote for Mrs. David for the NHL's Most Valuable Teacher Award. You can vote one time a day up until the 31st of this month. So I definitely would like to see Mrs. David win that award. Just a reminder for all of our student athletes at West Orange High School that winter sports are opening up, and you do need a physical for that, so be sure to complete that. The coaching contacts, if you are interested, are posted on our Facebook page under WO Public Schools. Hockey, basketball, boys and girls basketball, bowling, fencing, swimming, winter track, wrestling, and girls volleyball will all be opening up over the next couple of weeks. So just, you know, for those that are interested, to make sure to sign up. And I want to congratulate one of our student athletes, Malachi Jones, who signed with Bloomfield College and will be continuing his athletic and academic career under Coach Peralta, who is a West Orange High School alumni and West Orange High School and West Orange Community Hall of Fame member. So congratulations to Malachi and best of luck. And thank you everyone for joining tonight.
Thank you for all that good news. Ms. Tunnicliffe.
I think you mentioned the one thing that I was going to say about us being asked to be on the New Jersey School Board's Legislative Committee representing the 27th District. So that's pretty exciting. But other than that, at 1:05, y'all don't need to hear me yammer on. So have a good night.
Mr. Rothstein.
I will take the opportunity to yammer on a little bit and offer some nice comments on my colleagues here. First off, to Mrs. Huerta, welcome and congratulations. In your comments and questions at meetings over the past year, I have definitely seen you as somebody who's dedicated and smart and bringing attention to some really important ideas and issues. And so I'm really looking forward to working with you on this board. To Mrs. Triggs Scales, congratulations on being elected as the BOE president. You are intelligent and knowledgeable, and your experience is incredible. And I know that will all contribute to a strong and productive year for our school district. To Ms. Tunnicliffe, congratulations on being elected vice president. Elected together, you and I last year. Been through a lot together and a lot of learning. And in you, I also see a strong and unflinching advocate for our students and for social justice. And looking forward to having another year working with you. Mrs. Merklinger, I have a deep respect for your passion and for your honesty. You bring ideas and you bring perspectives that really broaden our discussions and that serve our students. So thank you. Thanks to Ms. Flores for stepping in as our BOE secretary and business administrator right now, and you picked a perfect night for it too, since we're getting out so early. So thank you for your help. Dr. Cascone, as always, your strong leadership and your outstanding communication skills, especially during these difficult times. And then finally, just a thought reflecting on the surreal events that happened yesterday at our US Capitol and the tragedy around that. And not to dwell on that specifically, but really to call attention to, for me, this really incredible moment in our meeting tonight where we read through the Code of Ethics as a board, where we each take responsibility for that. I see that as the force that bonds us to serving our students and serving our community. And it's really a genuine honor to take this responsibility and to serve you under that Code of Ethics. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein. You have such a way with words, even at 1 in the morning, 1:10. I too want to thank Ms. Flores for being here for a 2-day meeting. We really appreciate it. And I, again, wanted to thank my fellow board members. It's such a privilege and an honor and a huge responsibility. Being a leader during these times are unique and very challenging. And I take this role very seriously. Being an educator, having been a teacher, an assistant principal, a principal, a director of curriculum, assistant to the superintendent, and assistant superintendent, this takes me to a different place being on the Board of Ed. I have a totally different perspective about what boards do. I've worked with boards throughout my career, but being a board member is very different. And it's a very privileged position to here in West Orange to be elected and to be able to serve. I just wanted to talk about quickly the 4 major responsibilities of a Board of Education, just to remind everyone. Number 1 is student needs. Number 2 is the district's vision. Number 3 is what the community can afford. And number 4 is the community's expectations for students' achievement. And throughout all of this, we are making decisions based on facts, not feelings. And so these are very trying times for us right now. And I look forward to hearing from our community and getting feedback, and there is no shortage of that. And we appreciate it. The number of people who hung in here tonight, and I think there's still 64 people here with us. That's amazing. And I want to thank you. To follow up on what Mr. Rothstein said, yes, we are living history right now. And I'm so concerned about our young people and what they have witnessed since last March with the pandemic, with the closing of school, with the murder of George Floyd, with the social injustice, the racial unrest, the racial injustice, the social unrest. It has taken me to a totally different place. I told you I grew up in the 60s, and so I've seen a lot, but these last few months have really set me on edge. And so I'm always looking for a silver lining, and I hope that through this, we'll be teaching civics and government to our students at much younger grade levels. We'll be making sure they understand that Constitution and what it means and what it stands for, because I think it's so important that we're preparing our young people for the world that we're leaving to them. I wanted to just mention to the board that New Jersey School Boards has put out a code of conduct for remote Board of Ed meetings, and I'll be sharing that with you for our next meeting. And I wanted to congratulate, we have 2 new council members in town, Tammy Williams and Bill Rutherford, and our new council president, Cindy Matute Brown. And then condolences to Councilwoman Michelle Casalino on the loss of her mom. And so I wanted to let our council people know that we're thinking about them. And so, believe it or not, we have our next board meeting is a policy workshop on January 13th at 7 p.m. And just a special note for everyone, there's another board meeting on the 25th. And the believe it or not is for the 60 people that are still there. We're not done. We are going into executive session. West Orange Board of Education resolution authorizing executive session, and we are going in to discuss item 4 of the Open Public Meetings Act. And we're pleased that you joined us this evening, and we appreciate you and your comments and your input. And so good night and be well.
District Scouts, I just want to clarify, you are not coming back out afterwards, that you are adjourning from your executive session. So
Is that correct? We are not coming back, or are we coming back? We are not coming back.
Okay,
we will
thank
be
you.
adjourning.
Okay, thank you. So this is to inform everyone that when I end this meeting, it will end for those both on and off screen, and no other business other than their executive session will be happening.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Yes.
Need to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh,
so do I have a motion for adjournment?
A second.
All in favor?
I'll second.
Aye. Right.
Oh, sorry, you second.
No, I can't. I was just
sorry.
I was just saying somebody needs to.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor of going home?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Soon. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thanks,
Graftiza.
No
You've been
problem.
wonderful. Thank
Happy
you. Thank
Friday.
you.